Well, that's a lovely... Well, everyone, just a second. Someone's just literally arrived at my door as I've gone live. So, I'll be with you in a second, but I'm just going to deal with the person who's at my door who's looking like she wants to move some piece of furniture. Oh, good lord. Well, that's a lovely... That's fun. Everyone, just a second. Someone's just literally arrived at my door as I've gone live. So, I'll be with you. And I'll mute that to make sure you don't have to listen to me in stereo. Hopefully this works. I wonder where that other camera is anyway. Seriously, I should really stop putting these things down places. I wonder if it's sitting up on my railway. I had it in my hand yesterday morning. Where did I have it in my hand? I don't know. Right, we'll do that. We'll do Lego once I find that camera. Or I'll hook up my phone to the system. That could work. Hello everyone! How are we doing? And how much Iron Brew do we think I'm going to have to get through this week? Wrong way. That's pointing to a messy corner, isn't it? Hello, there I am. You can't see me now. Peekaboo. Can't see me. Peekaboo. Let's do that, shall we? That's more sensible. And so now you've got the live chat here, just in case I'm interacting with that, because I know some people find it strange, and I'm going to start off by saying this is a live. Judging by some of the comments, I now need to iterate at the beginning of lives that it is a live, and I will be interacting with the chat as we go through it. Because I do realise some people who watch my videos find this very distressing. I apologise for that, but I do a mixture of live videos and recorded videos as part of my streaming and part of my contribution to Naval History on YouTube. And that means that I do the lives. And I run them slightly different than I do a university scenario because, let's be honest, in a university scenario, the students are paying to be there. In Naval have all signed up to be there. And there is a timing schedule and there is an exam schedule. When I'm doing a live on here, I try to do a more relaxed atmosphere, mainly because I'm at home, I'm relaxed. I'm here in a professional capacity, I suppose, as a naval historian. Yeah, I would say that. But I am not here in a normal template capacity. So I'm not going to sit here going, we've got to keep to time, we've got to keep to time. And let's be honest, one of the things that usually happens with my lives is I'm always happy to overrun and go longer if people have more questions at the end and answer questions the whole way through, because that's part of the thing of them. I do a Twitch stream under the same policy, which might explain why today my family every single person got a variation on pizza today for lunch, because that's what I felt like cooking. But as it is, I haven't got any Iron Brew yet, and then I'm going to say hello to everyone. There should be, on one side of mine, there should be a lovely Bruships Q&A questions, and on one side there should be the live stream, and you should be seeing a live questions, and you should be seeing them live. Oh. And here's another thing, okay? This is a message to Iron Brew. Before I say hello to everyone here, there's a message to Iron Brew, and it's an important message, Iron Brew. I've now been able to be sponsored legitimately through YouTube for nearly 12 days now, and you have yet to contact me. Why? Why Iron Brew? Why? Look, I know there are other people in this world who want sponsorships from various organizations. Considering the amount of flying he's doing, Drac would probably like an airline to start sponsoring him soon. Preferably one that gives him first and last flights. Regularly to America. There is... I am told of this by my mother, who has got... seriously has adopted VTubers as her new hobby. And she has enough of those, and she hasn't dropped any of her hobbies, it's just a new hobby, that apparently Rin Penrose, who is one of her favourites, is after IKEA for sponsorship, and I'm not sure if she's been successful on that one or not. Me, I'm more humble than any of these people. All I want is Iron Brew. And I will just take Iron Brew. You don't even need to give me money. Just the Iron Brew, and I will be happy. Very happy. Look at my smile when I drink Iron Brew. Imagine, you could put that smile on my face permanently. Just a 10-year supply. Which is about 4,000 bottles. That would do. Anyway. Hello, everyone. Hello, Peter Dawson, Michael Cooch. Hello, Timmy Luca. Hello, Byron Newman. Hello, Carmen Gasberg. Hello... DG40. Hello, Colin Cameron. Hello, Michael Phillips. Hello, Tanif Velica. Hello, Timmy Loka. Hello, David Gording. Hello, Abuzaski. Hello, Calvin Gasberg. Hello, Stephen Thompson. Hello, Mike Skate 1. Hello, Jacob. Hello, Jack Ray. Hello, Blackman Maximus. Hello, The Brock. Hello, Tanif. Hello. I haven't seen you in a while, Tanif. Are you okay? Hello, Sonic Nera. Hello, Colin Cameron. I think I said that. Hello, Raptorat. Not sure if I said that recently. So, hello. How are you doing? Hello, Danny Wright. Hello, Robert Dennett. Hello, Daniel's Politics. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Peter Smith. Hello, Alt92. Hello, Drakenred. And hello, John Shea. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Some people find lives distressing because apparently I spend too long talking to the chat and not enough time to directly talking about the video topic. Basically, they find it distressing that I am not spending the whole time, that I do not do the video topic and then deal with the chat. I find that distressing because I see all the messages piling up on one side and and not interacting with them makes me feel like a bad lecturer, because as I said, I treat lives like I treat seminars. I treat recorded videos, or long patrols as they're called on this channel, like lectures. So lectures, I keep to topic and I go the whole way through. In a seminar, when someone has a question, I answer it. And honestly, I treat Bruships like I treat tutorials. When I have group tutorials, when I have students in there, and basically it's a conversation. And it can be on any topic, it can randomly jump between topics, because that's what happens in tutorials. That's the way it goes. You're there to respond to the students and their questions, not trying to bring your own structure to it. In a live, I am sort of bringing structure to what is a session with the students asking questions, because that's the seminar style. Lectures are when I bring the full structure. So, Robert Dennett, you have a couple of questions, and I want to say that I want to answer them before they disappear, because whilst these are saved, super chats disappear. Wonder to Clarke, given the timetable of procurement, how reasonable that Wasp should have been converted to a full Yorktown, given she was laid down just as the treaty ended? And how would a full-size Wasp perform? A Wasp which was a full-size Yorktown would perform far better than the regular Wasp, because she'd be a full-size Yorktown, so she'd be that much more survivable and that much stronger and have that much more capable an air group. However, and I will say this as an important point to make, she would also have some issues in that, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, doing that conversion, and I've answered both those, so I will heart them, so I know I've answered them. Doing that conversion is not going to be a quick go through and done. It's not going to be something which can be done quickly or easily. It's something which is going to take time. And honestly, they've done so many changes to make it work. I'm not sure if it would work, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if it would. I have a sincere feeling it might actually not work, because they'd have to restructure quite a large chunk of the hull. It's possible it will work. It's possible, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy to make it work. We're in Doctor... Oh, good lord, don't get me started on that one. That'd be funny, but I don't think I'm in the same league as Rin. I think they are far, far ahead of me in terms of their ability to connect with their audience. And B, not sure how that would work. I'm more worried about my mother deciding to become a VTuber herself. Seeing as the only thing which was holding her back from setting up a YouTube channel, and this is a person who, when she saw probably the most famous section of episode from Spy X Family, yours scene when those people trying to kidnap her daughter Anya, or rather her adopted daughter, the little pink-haired girl. And basically, words I'm not going to use here. Anyway, one of my cousins was showing this to my mum, and my mum was most intrigued in it. And my mum's words were that's perfectly accurate, but in perfectly accurate wording, but that's not how you do that to someone. And I'm using "do that" to paraphrase the words she used, because she used the full words. And that just caused me and the cousin to look up and look at her and go, exactly what have you been doing in your past life, mother dearest? Ah, don't worry, dear. And at that point, I remembered why people were so scared of her when I was at school. Daniel Politics, what is a VTuber and who is Rin? I will leave that to the chat to sort out. Thank God, I feel this watching Dr. Clarke is a university course that you mostly don't have to pay for. I've always understood the distinction between lectures and tutorials. Yes, some people don't seem to understand it. And I've had quite a few comments from basically the same person who's basically gone, but you're an academic, you're supposed to be delivering a lecture. And I'm going, that's the recorded video. And then they get to record video and go, finally, the lecture like you're supposed to be giving. And I'm going, recorded video, not alive. There is a difference. Just a small difference. Oh, you know, I have to say, I do wish, and if I could get it to do it as properly as a giant emoji of me holding a sign which says, watch 10 minutes more of the video, that would cover about 75% of some of my comments. And of the comments I want to respond to in a sort of mildly sarcastic fashion. And the other 25% could be covered with, don't watch lives then. The chat would handle it, but it's words I don't teach my little cousins. Hang on. There's no swearing in it, actually. It's all accurate. Basically, there are 3 people attempting to kidnap her daughter. And if I remember correctly, the phraseology goes like, 1, I have just spent all my money on shopping. 1, I am that good girl's mother. 2, I have just spent all my money on shopping. And 3, I am going to introduce you to the face of God and then the taint of Satan. And basically, my mother's response was, "That's not how you introduce someone to the taint of Satan." And yeah, we're just leaving that to one side. I don't think any of them are members or members or even subscribers. I'm fairly certain. I think they're just people who suddenly decide to go and watch a load of videos and complain. That's right. Ah, that way to drink. Also, formerly known as Joss Fonk. Hello. Changed it this week to match Discord editor. Oh, cool. Yes, you do. You get over live. You get to try and put me off it. Message from Andrew. We're contacting Drac first. That's cruel. Oh. Alright then, let's start working on the questions, shall we? Nice to see everyone. You have got 105 questions, I hear, this week. I doubt I'm going to get through all 105. Especially not the rule that I try and answer one from everyone else, then I answer one from you. I know that does make you upset and make you want to push others to ask more questions, but you can't force them. They have to be producing the questions themselves naturally. Most people don't take creating questions as a homework assignment. I do not know something there. All I know is, as I've said before, she was alternate. She worked for Lloyd's Registered International Shipping firm as their head of HR. She almost qualified for the Olympic. Well, no, she was alternate, I think, twice in a row for the Olympic shooting team, or something like that. And I have never seen her miss the center of a target when she's been shooting at it. And she and my grandfather were who taught me how to throw various punches. So we'll leave that to one side. That is my entire understanding of my mother. That is all I've ever learned. I'm not sure what she was. Look, I'm not. Having heard her linguistic skills were about as good as mine, I doubt 007 type. However, first female bare-knuckled boxer, I would not be surprised. Judging by my family history and what the long legacy of women in my family have got up to, I would not be surprised by that, or something similar. Thanks, Knights. It's everyone. It's like my mum's best friend from school. As I've said before, my mum was the lacrosse goalie. She took out her best friend's teeth. They were playing a friendly match. The stories about what she did to other schools' teams. And this is the nicest, sweetest lady you'll ever meet. She literally bakes cakes at a drop of a hat. She was always the first to volunteer for casseroles or helping out at school. She was stay-at-home mum, driving around for most of our childhood, always volunteering for things. The absolute nicest lady you will meet. And then on the other side, she then drops in statements like she did the other day. And you can sort of go, I'm still trying to process this in many, many ways. Anyway, let's answer the questions. Nice to hear everyone. So, would it be wrong to think that declined empire, no declined empire, the British are going to invest as heavily or more so in automation? Yes. Because they're already doing it prior to World War II. She has insane mum law. Yeah, pretty much. It's just to the case of, oh, good lord, okay. Don't worry, she's going to do a Bruships one day. Once we're moved in, set up sensibly, yes. Perhaps I can't think of him appeal. Who knows? Nice everyone. Question 2. Why does no one ask the questions of just how far Taiwan would be willing to go to protect itself against the PRC? No one wants to know the answer. No one wants to know that answer. And also, there is the very scary question that the official line was that Israel, Taiwan, and South Africa were developing nuclear weapons together. CIA and KGB managed to successfully break up the program. But here's the thing. We know from the South Africans that they had nuclear components, i.e. the bits to manage to make a bomb if they wanted to, because they got rid of them. We're all fairly certain Israel has some weaponry. We will I won't. No one's sort of prepared to discuss too much about what they might have. It's all conjecture on my part, but fair. And yet, people are also absolutely certain Taiwan doesn't. And you sit there and go, but let's be honest, who has the most reason to do it? Because who's facing the worst scenario? South Africa? No. Israel and Taiwan. Who has the larger, more technologically advanced population out of Israel and Taiwan? Taiwan has a lot of industry. And Taiwan was a dictatorship for quite a while. They're interesting when it comes to doing these things. And Taiwan, let's be honest, compared to how far they go to defend themselves, we've all heard about the bases they've hollowed out into their mountains, etc. There are all sorts of things sitting in Taiwan waiting for someone. I would not be surprised that things could get very, very bad for any invasion. The scenario for China has always been, if it's a walkover and everyone's happy for them to arrive, that's great. Anything different from that gets problematic. Because it's an amphibious invasion, and it's into an entrenched urban environment almost immediately. So anyway, were the South American navies that had aeronauts competent, as in well-trained crews and officers? Chilean, definitely. Brazilian and Argentinian had periods of excellence and periods of neglect. But the Chilean was usually very good. Steve Clarke, also question 1. Steve, are you doing your questions as homework as well now? If what's the question? What would the RN working experience of the all-forward short citadel design compared to the more standard layout of warships like Mitras Hood? Pretty much that was Nelson and Rodney, and the Royal Navy quite liked them. But the thing is, it's when you're trying to balance firepower. And it's also when you're trying to separate magazines up for survivability. Because if you have to flood a magazine, if you have an all-forward structure, an all-forward scenario, then unless you've got a lot of subdivision between them, which of course adds in weight, you might end up flooding your one and only 16-inch magazine. Now, the British hadn't structured it like that, but it's far easier to do it if they're far away from each other. So anyway, how many Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship opportunities have you got? None! I'm really surprised. I would have expected Raid Shadow Legends to come marching in more quickly. And by the way, the patron vote is going to go live at some point tomorrow morning. The reason it's going to go live tomorrow morning is honestly, I was just setting it up, and I set it up today, and I got it wrong time. So it's going live at 7 AM tomorrow morning, rather than 7 PM this evening. Sorry. For those who are wondering. But no, I have had no messages from Raid Shadow Legends. It's quite disturbing, really. I have all my brand connect set up. I'm, fully integrated. Apparently I have a lot of rock music fans, a lot of sci-fi and fantasy and movie fans, a lot of documentary fans. But nope. No one has decided to yet sponsor me. It's just terrible. I even have a media kit set up according to you by YouTube metrics. And yeah. And a lot of rugby enthusiasts as well. Which I would take. I will take that. I have a fairly large American and British audience. It all seems quite normal. And I have key demographics of 25 to 34 and pretty much all the ages up above that. Oh well. So let's see. Robert Dunn, I adored a year of the aircraft carrier. What if US went for a 27,000-ton treaty design limit for the Yorktowns? What would they do different? As I've said in other videos, if either the US or the USN, either the USN or the Royal Navy gone for the full 27,000 tons, then they do not functionally have the problem of we have to pick armor or we have to pick speed. We have to pick armor or we have to pick, air group. They would pick both. So you're probably talking something functioning the air group size of the Yorktown for the Americans, with the armor deck of the Midways sort of scenario being built. That's the scenario you're looking at. It's the same as I think I was talking about in the Soviet video, that came out yesterday. Functionally, once you have enough tonnage for aircraft carriers, either you have enough tonnage to be able to do it without, and I do mean this, without worrying about your cumulative tonnage, then that's the big thing. If you don't worry about your cumulative tonnage, you're just dealing with the limit 27,000 tons. You can build what you like functionally, because let's be honest, what's Midway class? The Essex class, as commissioned, were 31,000 tons in standard. The Yorktown class, as commissioned, were 20,000 tons in standard. So with an extra 7,000 tons, you can make that. You can have an armored flight deck. You can have your flight deck as your strength deck. You can have all the protection you want, and you can have your 90 aircraft without any trouble. Honestly, you don't even need that much. It's probably going to max out 25,000 tons. And again, if we go with the British, the example I always give is the Implacable class, because they are pretty much the Royal Navy's combination of Ark Royal and the Illustrious class once they're built. The Illustrious class, that was 23,000 tons in standard. Ark Royal was 22,000 tons in standard, and 28,000 tons in deep load. The Implacable class were 32,000 tons in deep load and roughly 27,000 tons in standard. So you could, for the Royal Navy, they'd be getting an Implacable class. So Ark Royal and onwards would be implacable class ships, and let's be honest, that's a very different scenario for the Royal Navy going into World War II than it was historically. Should they have done that? Well, the trouble is, if they do that, they're not going to get the cumulative tonnage they want. So when they're starting under the First London Treaty, they have cumulative tonnage limits, so they can't do that. And then once they're under the Second London Treaty, they basically start setting up to the Essex swarm. So they're basically just building what they already have designs, and they're just going with an off-the-shelf design to get it ready. It's a fun scenario. Nice area from question 3. If jets hadn't taken over, would the RN have gone all turboprops? Yes. Functionally, they would make sense to do so. Darren Potts, you might want to talk about the style about the Spanner crew. He's talking about more lives, and I think he's starting to need some mods. Oh, he will do. He will need mods. I'll have it. I'm sure he's got it worked out. If not, I'll try and help him out. I've suggested he pops into my Discord as a chat with you. Jack Dunn. Dr. Clarke, I'm currently writing a paper on Admiral Pratt, CNO 1930-33, and in documents it mentions for a US carrier construction program to build 4 new carriers during his tenure. Know anything? Yes. They're the plans which eventually turn into the Yorktown class, because he started off with finishing off Lexington's, and he then got Ranger sorted out. And when I say finishing off Lexington's, most people go, well, you know, they're commissioned in 1927. Yes, they are, but look at how long it takes them to get them to a viable level of operation. It's pretty much that. And then Ranger comes along, and that's the first attempt at really building a light build. And honestly, Pratt starts off with an idea that maybe he can get all the carrier he needs from a Ranger-sized vessel, and then he can get lots of carriers. And it turns out it really won't work at roughly 15,000 tons in standard. And so then he starts design work which leads to the Yorktowns. And that's Enterprise. That's Yorktown and Enterprise. He also starts the work which leads to Wasp. And then eventually, of course, those works all generate towards the Essex. But it's a case of he starts a lot. He plants. What's the phrase? He's planting a lot of vines, but he doesn't get to watch them all grow to bud. Hi, Leslie. Listen, how much bigger would the Ferry Gannet need to be a torpedo bomber? I think the Ferry Gannet could have been a torpedo bomber. Let me check. Notes, come on, where's my notes on them? Well, considering they could take 2,000 pounds of bombs, torpedoes, and depth charges, it's going to depend on how big your torpedo is vis-a-vis the bomb bay. And the bomb bay is pretty darn big on a Gannet, so I reckon it could have been used as a torpedo bomber. I don't know. Been catching up on the RV Petrol's exploration of the sunken IJN heavy cruisers. Many were thought to have had torpedoes explode when they were sunk. Petrol found this was incorrect. Why were records wrong? Because, how do I put this politely? The records were based on assumptions. We saw this explosion. We think it was about where they stored their torpedoes. Therefore, torpedo explosions sunk them. This is one of the reasons why you have to be careful in history. This is one of the reasons why certain myths around history, i.e. that the Royal Navy didn't like aircraft carriers or sort of things, are actually quite dangerous. Because it leads to a lot of analysis being based on these assumptions, and that analysis by definition is going to be wrong, because it's based on a false premise or on false information. Now, so would the F-8F Bearcat, XSB-3C, and SB-2D Sky Pirate and TB-2 Destroyer be seen as the end of the line for their piston power types? Potentially. Potentially, because there isn't really anything which comes after them. So potentially. Although that's kind of interesting, considering I know exactly what this Friday's video is coming up, and there's a couple of those that get mentioned in that, and that might get mentioned in that. Colin Cameron, I'm going to be done with Glenn's Avalon Serene by the end of the week. Can you recommend which of his books to go series go with next? Avalon. Ooh. Well, if we go to the Glyn Stewart website, and yes, there is a website for Glyn Stewart and his books. If you're done with the Avalon universe, you might want to try the Scattered Stars universe, as I'm presuming you've done the Peacekeepers of Sol. If you haven't done the Peacekeepers of Sol, I recommend them. The Peacekeepers of Sol is lovely, but also if you're fancying a standalone book, and he's one of the few authors I know who actually does produce standalone books, which are a self-contained stories. The Icebreaker one is really, really good. The Icebreaker is really, really good. I keep considering trying Excalibur Lost, but I haven't yet got around to it. Actually, how have I tried that one? Nice, Aaron. How would the Royal Navy consider acceptable that to get the Shavorsky S-70 airframe on the Invincible class that it was folded to the flight deck? Probably not. Probably not their style. Now, this is the interesting thing. So, Team Locker, you've had a question of how shocked were the British when they lost the shooting competition to Ching Lee. He won the Summer Olympics in 1920. He won like 5 golds, a silver, and a bronze. The silver and bronzes were for team events. In fact, they were all team events where he was one of things. So he was with a shooting team. Let's see, the 1920 Olympics, the shooting teams. Well, it's more a case of Sweden came second, Norway came third, Denmark fourth, France fifth, Belgium sixth, Italy seventh, South Africa eighth, Spain ninth, and Greece 10th. So, Team Loca, what does that tell you? That the British didn't enter that in the competition. At that point, if we go to the 300-meter team military rifle one, is there a British team in this? There is no British team in it. I think you'd be more interested in asking, were the Scandinavian countries shocked to lose? And then South Africa lost into them is Silver Blaze. So in the 600 meters. So yeah, it's for the British to have been shocked to lose a shooting competition in the 1920s Olympics to the Americans. They'd first have to enter a team. I think they didn't. The British don't really have the same shooting culture as America does, and individual shooting. It's different over here. I do shooting, and I do a few things like that, but it's different in the UK. When I've gone to America and I've gone to a range, it's a very different experience than the ranges in the UK and the atmosphere of the clubs in the UK. And in the UK, quite a lot of clubs are the ones who have the weapons rather than you necessarily having your own personal weapon. So you can turn up to quite a lot of clubs, and it's sort of there's a lot less personalization going on. It's different. It's a different culture around the gun stuff, so I don't really see where the question's coming from, but I hope I've answered it. Listen, how accurate is there's no version of Taranto where the Italians win? Well, in a version where, I don't know, the swordfish all get lost and go somewhere else, I'm fairly sure that's a win. In a scenario where they manage to shoot down all the swordfish, they win. So yeah, there are lots of versions where they win, but the reality is the version as it happened, they didn't win because of the reality of the conflict. The British had been very sneaky. The Italians had been lulled into a bit of a false sense of security because the British had only really done one night attack prior to Taranto in the entire war with their aircraft. The Italians had watched them on exercises doing night strikes, and then in the war they hadn't done anything, and to an extent some of the Italian high command had got very lazy and presuming the British wouldn't do it. And then the British turn up. The night's right, the fleet's in the right place, they turn up. And you have to remember again, the other thing the Italians were confused by was that the British didn't wait for Eagle to be ready. You know, who comes when you only have one carrier available, not both carriers available? You're going to launch a strike, don't you want to maximize your aircraft? That's the thing. To an extent, the whole problem with Eagle, yes, it reduces the number of aircraft, but it adds to the security of the mission because the Italians just aren't expecting them to do anything because of it. You don't go offensive when one of your key assets is down for the count. The patron suggestions for May will begin tomorrow at 7 a.m. I programmed it wrong. I think I have answered this question already, but I'm just saying it again. I think he had a competition in Hong Kong before the Olympics against the Royal Navy. Then, frankly, they wouldn't have really worried about it. Again, Royal Navy, Royal Marines, it's a friendly shooting competition. More of a case of if they're inviting the Americans over for a shooting competition, it's a cover for the Americans to come over and have alcohol in that period. Because their ships are dry, whereas Royal Navy ships are wet. So yeah, I don't think they'd really have worried about it. And if Drax's video is correct, I'm sure Drax's video is correct. I hadn't heard about it, but this is going to sound terrible, but to an extent, some of the personal lives and experience of some admirals, I just haven't picked up yet. I know a lot about them, but there's only so many hours in a day, and I spend enough time trying to do power to weight ratios and profiles and analyses on the operational inflections of various aircraft and their abilities to operate and how they operated fitted within various things for navies and all sorts of weird things I'm doing this year. That had completely skipped me past. I knew about the 1920s Olympics. I wouldn't be surprised about him taking part in shooting competitions, so I'm sure it's true. And Drax done it, and so I'm sure he's always well researched, so I'm sure it's true. But I just hadn't heard it. But honestly, my instinct of it would be they wouldn't give a flying hoot. You have to remember, what are the reason they're inviting a US Navy personnel across to take part in a shooting competition? Is it to win a shooting competition with them? No. Is it to have a chat, establish friendly relations, maybe do some low-level intelligence gathering by just seeing how much they let slip when they've had alcohol in them? Yes. So, frankly, if the Americans are feeling victorious because they've won and are drinking more because of it, then yippee-ki-yay. But I'm not sure if actually Lee drank. I don't know, but his colleagues might. No, Drakenred, it's just... In America, you have some good justifications for having those levels of weaponry. A, you've already got them. B, and this is completely off topic, and I don't really wish to get into this because it's politics. B, you have a far larger place for large amount of places which are a long way away from anybody who could come and help you or support you if you need help. So a gun as an equalizer in those circumstances, and various views on self-defense, etc. And I can concede all that. In Britain, where are the big prey we need guns to protect ourselves from? And also, the idea, and I see this quite regularly put out on some people online and some various who talk about it, is go, oh yes, the criminals in the UK have guns. It's very, very rare because you see, if you're a criminal in the UK and you use a gun, you have two choices. One, the armed police will come and get you, or two, if you use a gun which has more force than they want to get you, they'll send in the army. Or you could alternatively not use a gun, just use a knife or a baseball bat, probably do most of what you want, and that won't be your scenario. So that's the thing. But Britain is an island, and it can afford to do that. And it makes sense for Britain. It's different than America. Our policies wouldn't work in America. America's policies, whilst I don't think they'd lead to a wild, wild west in the UK, aren't really necessary in the UK. And frankly, we don't need the added complications. We have enough with the fact that in Glasgow, if you hear a bottle breaking behind you, you run. And I say that as someone who has got quite a lot of Glaswegian family. Because up there, bottle fighting is an art form. Basically, we are creative enough without guns. Give us enough guns, and goodness knows what we'd get up to. Right, Dennett, how did Hornet CV8 come to be in terms of ordering and procurement strategy? And could they have got more Yorktowns laid down in time for 1942? They could have done, but basically, after they had the Joy that was Wasp, they basically panicked and ordered a Yorktown. as their coverage until they could find anything else, until they designed something else. Also, I would say this, if you really believe the intel officer aboard the Royal Navy ship involved in the challenge did not know exactly who Lee was in terms of the Olympics, and was really surprised, then I have a bridge I can sell you. But if that made the Americans happy to believe they pulled one over all the British and probably some of the younger officers and some of the less well-informed officers, they might well have done. But for quite a few of the officers, they were just playing along with letting the Americans play it along. Because it was probably better for them that way to do what they needed to do. Naval, our HEMA club attracted the attention of 2 armed response units, and we were only using synthetic swords. Exactly. In Britain, there are some laughable ideas posted around online of various things of the reality of London, etc. And I can tell you this: I've walked around London at 2 a.m. in the morning when I've had a full insomnia burst while working up there, and I have never had any trouble. So, and that was not that long ago. And I say, how obsolete on arrival were the... I wouldn't say they were obsolete. The XSB-3C, the BTD-1 Destroyer, and SPD-2 Scarlet, they weren't necessarily obsolete, they were just old thinking. There's a difference, and I'm going to be getting into this in a video this week, actually, because it's the next one in the series. It's interesting enough, is the Helldiver. And that's a whole discussion of whether something is obsolete, is obsolete on delivery or old thinking on delivery. And it's being produced, and now it's disappointing because it doesn't reflect the new thinking and the new reality of how you do things. But you built this thing to fit what you thought was going to be it, and then it's not it, and then you're blaming the thing which you built to the which was built to the specifications you required. And there is a whole lot of scapegoating goes on with the Helldiver. A whole lot of, oh yeah, and it's a case of, no, it's not. They followed the specs, they followed their quest, they produced what you asked for. If it's not what you now want, then that's not their fault. Mole's Revenge. Since bigger seems always towards allow more speed, armor, and firepower, assuming they treat your budget restriction, is there a point at which bigger stops being better other than infrastructure? Supporting it, sustaining it. It's always infrastructure. It's in the end, it is infrastructure, but yeah, it's also a case of what is value of having that value of cost versus of one ship versus having multiple ships in terms of presence. And that was the thing with the battle cruisers. That's why you start to. That's why I talk about heavy cruiser, true heavy cruiser produced after World War One. If before the treaties come in, a true cruiser being built, heavy cruiser, not light cruiser like the Hawkins were, had been built, then you're not talking about a 10,000-ton vessel. You're talking a 20,000-ton vessel. And why? Because if you consider prior to World War One. You've got the Town class, which are roughly 5,000. You've got class of light cruisers like the Town class, roughly 5,000 tons. You've got heavier cruisers, roughly 10,000 tons, and your battle cruisers are roughly 20,000 tons. By the end of World War One, Hood is 40,000 tons. Your light cruisers are roughly 10,000 tons. That means that the heavy cruiser should be about 20,000 tons. That tells you all you need to know about the treaty system and what it establishes, because it creates this whole thing where we go, they're heavy cruisers because they have 8-inch guns, and they're not. They're not heavy cruisers, and you shouldn't evaluate them as such. That's it. Why does everyone forget that the ultra-long-range Nakajima G10 in Fugaku was a threat to Australia and New Zealand? Because it wasn't used that often for that. It didn't get used for that roles that often, so it's not really threatening them. See, Clarke, question 2. Was the Naval as designed more efficient in its use of displacement? Does the iron also work at reducing crew requirements to save displacement as well as a short and citadel design? Yes, they do. They do work to do that. And that's one of the reasons why they go with a 3 turret design, because they decide that reduces crew requirements versus a 4 twin turret design. Makuch, you've studied a lot of the Royal Navy direction naval construction. Each faced different challenges in their own period. Which DNC do you think cope with the biggest challenges? From a pace of change perspective, it's Stanley Goodall. It's hard to argue with the guy who built the World War II fleet and dealt with all the new coming technologies and change in the world. But White also had to deal with quite a lot. So I would go with Goodall from a pace of change perspective, but none of them had it easy. They all had things they had to deal with that made their lives difficult and meant they had to break new ground and push new ways. Nice thing. What did the British Royal Navy have that could kill Nakajima G10 and Fugaku? Well, what they have is radar, get the fighters into the right position to do a zoom move boom intercept, and then do it. If we consider... Let me just check, because honestly, the Fugaku is not... N is not something I have memorized on its operational capabilities. Well, I now have the reason why I don't have it on memorized on operational facilities. None of them were ever built. So they had nothing which could well, they could have actually. Its service ceiling's 49,000 feet, but it's not going to be bombing from that height. If it is, it's not going to hit anything. It can carry 20,000 kilograms of bombs, so 20 tons of bombs. That's nice, but honestly, yeah, it's... No prototype was ever built. The program was cancelled in 1944. Yeah, there's no point worrying about it. Basically, it's a case of when it had come into operation, they would have looked at it, but the idea would have been always radar and try and get something in range. And probably what you're more than likely talking about is Firebrand and Sea Furies, probably. Sea Fury has a service ceiling of 35,800 feet, so that's fairly good. The Firebrand... has a service ceiling of... Not mentioned. Let's check it. That's Hawker. That's not Blackburn. Where's my Blackburn aircraft? Ah, that'll do. Oi, caramba. British maritime aircraft since 1912. It's kind of useful, this one. Blackburn. Blackburn, Blackburn. Let's see, where's the Blackburn? Firebrand, Firebrand 3. Firebrand 4 and 5. It wouldn't be in 4 and 5, it would be in whatever. Oh, hang on, no, they didn't come into... So 4 and 5 is what it comes into service. And server ceiling. 31,000 feet, so they're both roughly the same. So basically, what the Royal Navy would have done is they'd have had some high-flying fighters sitting up at their server ceiling in cap. And then the moment one of those bombers comes low enough to actually do a bombing run, they'll zoom down on it. And that's it. Yeah. I remember the name, but oh my god, I couldn't remember the stats. And then I went, oh, that's why. It was never actually built. It was a prototype. It looks good on paper, doesn't actually exist. No, it's not the B-29 Super Fortress Night Security one for a very simple reason. The Super Fortress was built and put into service by the 1000. The G10, as good as a G10N, as cute as it could have been, was never existed other than on drawings. It's like, well, it's like the beautiful starships I built in Galactic Civilizations 4. They're gorgeous, but they never existed other than on drawings. What's the ceiling on the Fairy Firefly? That would be interesting. The Fairy Firefly. Oh, good lord! If that turns out to be the highest flying of the Allied fighters, if that was the highest flying of the Allied fighters, that would absolutely be absolutely gorgeously funny. 31,900 feet. So it's about the same. They're all about the same. They're all about 10,000 meters. All roughly the same. Ay, caramba. Oh. So, why would the British even consider retrofitting the Hawkins class with 8-inch guns from the 7-inch single 7.5-inch guns? They were actually considering at several points, but they decided not to. It was too much work with the hulls. And mainly that's just because they couldn't get rid of them, so they might as well see if they could upgrade them to 8-inch guns. Then cruiser limited 10-inch guns and 12 to 14,000 tons standard. What changes would you make to German cruiser design for World War II that can be implemented with historical structure? There's no real designs that can be differentiated, because the trouble is, the German cruiser limitations are not cruiser limitations, they're Treaty of Versailles limitations up until you get to the Hippers. And let's be honest, the Hipper class, okay, maybe they go for 10-inch guns, they probably do go for 10-inch guns. Well, actually, they might go for 11-inch guns, because they've already got the 11-inch guns and they put them on the Deutschlands. They can't build anything bigger than that. But the Hipper class are already 16,000 tons in design and 18,500 tons fully loaded. So you're not going to change anything. The Hippers don't take any notice of the treaties, and the Deutschland class only take scathing notice of the Treaty of Versailles. So yeah, it doesn't really change much. The more bigger problem for them is the amount it changes the British cruisers especially, because let's be honest, with 14,000 tons, the British probably go with 9.2-inch guns. With 14,000 tons, you are probably talking a 12 9.2-inch gun, okay, heavy cruiser. And let's be honest, your Deutschland class with their 6 11-inch guns are just not going to want to be anywhere near that. That's going to overwhelm them. It also might change the rationale for the British going up to the London Treaty, because suddenly the 9.2-inch gun cruisers are a lot more valuable to the British than the 8-inch gun cruisers were, because there's a clear differential between them and the value between them and the 6-inch. So that's going to change some things. That's going to change certain options of what they want to go with them. Would a 4,000-ton Type 41 and 60 Type 61 get more 40mm Bofors air guns, and if so, how many? It's going to depend on who's designing them. Probably yes, but it's got how many and where, how they go. Well, they're going to suppose they're going to depend on the designer. How early do you think that the transistor could have been invented? Ooh. Let me just check the tech time on that transistor. Well, you have them start to be developed in 1947, but it's not really till about 1960s that the modern modern ones really start to come into existence. So how quickly? That's how quickly? How soon? You could maybe, if everything had gone right, you could maybe have pushed back things to about 1950s. But there's a lot of stuff you need to get developed. So maybe you could get it back to the 1950s, but that's about as early as you can get. Black Muscles. Do any countries' navies still design ships in-house, or are they all company designed? Well, if you consider even Britain maintains still the constructors. So they don't. The constructors aren't what they once were. They aren't given the same freedom to design. They aren't given the same. They don't have the same personnel strength, etc. they used to have. But that's mainly because now, with there being no such thing as a royal dockyard, you don't have a place to finish off the designs. So even designs you come up with get finished off and scoped out by the shipyards. But there are certain sections of the ships, when they're designed, are designed in-house for most navies. They'll have some sort of constructors. Here's a little history for you. In 1942, Saratoga had a Yorktown after Midway type damage. Fully repair. Yes. And refitted a monofleet carrier given her size. She gets a new propulsion exhaust the works along with a new flight deck and aviation handling. Okay. This is getting wandering. What's coming here? While I'm waiting for that question to all appear, let's just I'll answer some from the questions. Steve Clarke, on the narrow design, how much displacement did the systems and equipment for the torpedoes actually take up? I have not installed. Could easily displacement be freed for a third shaft and design? It's about once you consider the things forced through in the design. Okay, an architect friend of mine worked through it, and they calculated that the cumulative impact of displacing other machinery and other things to different space in the hull and arranging the hull around the torpedoes and the space it takes out, you could save roughly 1,000 tons. So yes, you could. Because if you consider you're already talking about a vessel which is 1,200 tons under standard displacement, you could have got in the third shaft, etc. within that. So 1,000 tons, yes. Okay. So here is an old history question for you. From Robert Dennett. In 1942, Saratoga had a Yorktown after Midway type damage, but made it stateside. And the USN decided to fully repair and refit her to modern fleet carrier, given her size and her prestige. She got a new propulsion, exhaust the works along with a new flight deck and aviation handling equipment. She's undergoing recommissioning trials in September 1945, following days. Delays. Oh, she would be useful. They would be using her as a status ship. She would be wandering around all over the place. She would be their ego, basically. The U.S. Navy would be... That ship would just be pride and joy. The competition does close on Wednesday, yes. It does. The Tuesday video will make a point of that. Thanks, everyone. Question 13. If the Tico class had been based on a cruiser instead of a destroyer, how much better compared to the destroyer-based version would they be? So basically, if you took the Long Beach hull and you based the Ticos on that, they'd have been far more stable. They'd have probably carried a larger load of missiles, and it would have been interesting to see what they could have produced with that. Black Maximus, could the mounting for the 4.740 Mark 8 be adapted to the quick-firing 4.745 guns? Actually, they did look at that, and potentially it could have been, but it would have had to be a lot of work. It wasn't an easy adaptation, but it could be done. Okay, question 14 from Knight 681. Would I be right to think that in a non-decline British Empire would build a Tycho equivalent based on a failed... no, answer that. Based on a failed CGN hunt. Why is... Okay, so there's a load of language there, so let's just get into it. Would the British equivalent to a Tycho have been an actual cruiser? In a non-decline British Empire, they're going to need presence ships. The British have always looked to cruisers for presence ships in terms of their major presence vessels. So yes, I think they would have a cruiser hull. I think you're probably looking at a continuation of the Tiger class, that sort of light cruiser hull, so that would have been going through. So you've probably got something which is, I would say, broadly equivalent to maybe an expanded Belfast Edinburgh subclass of the town class hulls, because that's the largest cruiser hull they'll have been familiar with by the time they get around to designing them. So yeah, something like that. Steve Clarke, in one book I have says that a full 16-inch salvage from a nail rod cost the Royal Navy about £700. I'm guessing that's 1930 value. How does this compare to the cost of other ships in the 1930s? It's about the same. And frankly, as far as the Royal Navy is concerned, that's... But this is another point I make whenever we talk about some of the firing manuals, and people go, oh, it says don't fire over the other ship's turrets. This means they couldn't do it in wartime. And you go, no, it means that in peacetime, the chance of you causing thousands, tens of thousands of pounds worth of damage is not worth the value of actually firing over it. Whereas in wartime, the chance of killing the enemy is worth that value. In peacetime, to hit a target, which is a boat being towed along, it's not worth it. What kind of displacement would a tribal have to go to have same number of guns, dual purpose, and two quad 24.5-inch torpedo launchers? Okay, so torpedo launchers are actually going to add on the massive weight, because with the guns, I can actually answer that question fairly easy, because there was a dual purpose 4.7-inch mount turret available. It's what's put onto the J class, or is it the L class? Might have been the L's. L class, yes, it's put onto the L's. So that one's that, and that would add on that weight. But you want to have 24.5-inch those. That's going to take space and length of hull, and if I've got that length of hull, I'm going to do that and that with it, because I need to. Probably means I can get slightly faster. You are probably talking about 2,400 tons standard. 2,450 tons, so you're probably talking about another 600 tons. Probably. Somewhere in that region to get it all done and get the hull to the right shape and the engine and everything ballasted and stabilised to the same level. And that's very rough mental calculations based off torpedo sizes from Nelson and Rodney. Now, would the King Edward VII class pre-dreadnought battleships have been last British pre-dreadnought battleships had the Chilean Swifter pre-dreadnought built? No. That's Lord Nelson's. This is why I don't use pre-Dreadnought, because it doesn't make sense, because there are old-style, sovereign-style battleships built after Dreadnought is built. Should the Canadians have brought an H-class, G-class, a couple of F-class, an E-class, two D-class, and 5 C-class destroyers as purpose-built instead of second-hand? If you're going to purpose-build it, and don't take this the wrong way, but if you're going to purpose-build what is in effect, that's 4 and 5, 7, 12 destroyers, you'd probably pick one of those classes and build them yourself as a run, rather than building individual one ship of one class, etc. It would have been better if they could have done, but that wasn't the way fate went. Steve Clarke, question 5. In today's Twitch stream, you are laughingly dismissing the cost the game calculator for your new Rodney class. Where do you think they're getting the value wrong in UAD? Feedback to UAD. Okay. I think they're trying to use modern cost calculations for how much ships cost for ships in the past. There is no the vessel might be in today's money that many $1 billion to build for that vessel, but it's not going to be that much in that time period. Black Masters, how would World War II fought with 1950s tactics go? Broadly speaking, the same. Be slightly bloodier, and let's be honest, you have working nukes in the 1950s, so that's going to be more of an impact. But yeah, I think it's broadly speaking the same. You're going to have a different scenario for some of the strikes and some of the operations, but you're going to have very different weapons on both sides. Now, Richards, what did you get me for my birthday? I don't know, Richards. I didn't realise it was your birthday. It's my birthday this week, so congratulations. Paul Amos, what was the biggest ship able to be built in 1940? Length and weight. Oh, displacement, you could probably have gone up to 100,000 tons without too much trouble. There are yards which could have managed that. There are interesting things to launch it. Length and weight, the limitation is only your yard. Hood sized quite easily. There are a few others which could have been yards which could have handled a lot bigger. So yeah, that's one of those questions where I could give almost any answer and still be right, because I can make the argument, because the capacity is definitely not reached in terms of size, because they're concentrating on quantity and volume at that point. That's the thing, again, you often see in wartime. In peacetime, you might see growth in ship sizes. In wartime, you very rarely see a growth in ship sizes. You see consolidation. Unless technology, the implementation of technology requires more space, then they'll grow. But otherwise, it's concentrating on charging it out and pushing it out as quickly as you can do. Blackman Maximus, do you think there might eventually be an F-35 Super Lightning like the F-18 Super Hornet, given the long development at the time before production due to advancement tech? Yes. And let's be honest, with the British announcing that the carriers are going to be in service till 2069, I am sure that's another Skynet lark, but we'll leave that to one side. But yeah, it's fun. It's a scenario. I can see it happening. I am fairly certain the F-35 is the last crew required fighter aircraft. I think all the future ones are going to be optionally crewed. I'm fairly certain that's what's coming along. Do you think the phrase "pull all stops" refers to battleship and turret stops? Happy birthday. It does refer. I do think it refers to stoppers, but not battleship turrets. There used to be. Oh. Now, if you know quickly about sort of the Royal Navy, and in the Royal Navy it's called a tompion. In most other navies it's called a tampion. They often have a tradition of wooden plugs or metal canvas rowers, other things to for line a ship for to support guns and protect them and stop getting salt water inside. Well, these used to be quite common on frigates in the shades of sail, because whilst the cannon on the ships of line were often protected and were often nice and safe within under cover and protected from the elements, the ones on the gun deck of frigates, etc., were often not, and often on the ones on top deck. So they had stoppers. So that's when you're going to fire a salute, etc., especially a big salute, you'd be pulling out all the stops and making a big bang. Well done. You're CNO of the USN 1930 to 41. You bring with you all your knowledge and a desire to see how much you can use hindsight to your advantage. Oh, frigate, I have fun. Oh, frigate, I have fun. If I'm CNO 1930 to 41, then I am going to start pushing some things through. Aircraft carriers are going to be interesting, but I'm also going to have some work on Pearl Harbor done. Very specific work. And I'm going to have some basically reserve basing units I'm going to try and get set up, and a few other things. Try and get the US Navy positioned for future, and also work on my subs numbers. Long range basing, support of them. Yeah. That's what I've been pushing for. Okay. That was answered that one. Question 5 answered that one. Question 17, that's here. What chance of survival would the German-American ships have had if they had done what Calliope did? Ooh. I think you're meaning in the storm. And can I find... In 1880, she was the 1884 ship, and it was from Apia Harbour. Let's see, can I find a decent picture of her? There's not really much of a chance for them. They would have liked to do it. The Apia Cyclone is a bad scenario for the Americans and the Germans, in that the Trenton, the Nipsec, and the Vandalia are all damaged. The Trenton and Vandalia wrecked with people dead, a lot of people dead, and the Nipsec is beached and repaired. Both the Germans and the Americans lose 2 ships. Both the German Americans have 1 ship which is beached and they repair. The Americans lose 52 dead. The Germans 93 dead. They tried. They wanted to do the same thing as the British, but honestly, there was only so much. The Calliope was in the best position and probably had the most experienced crew for dealing with that kind of scenario, and they really did push through. They had a huge advantage in terms of their commanding officer. because the captain of the Calliope at the time is a really skilled sailor. Captain Kane is... Let me put it this way. Captain Kane is the big difference in this scenario. All the ships have some similarities, and they could theoretically have made the same ability to do it. But the reality was, Captain Kane made the judgment call. He made it based on his experience. He made it based on his judgment of the weather. And he had luck. And he got it through. Sadly, for the other ships, they didn't have that kind of luck. And sometimes that's the breaks in a ship. Andrew Buffett. Doctor, in a previous episode, you mentioned about the yards in South Africa that could have been building destroyers. Where are they located? Do you know the names? I don't know their names, but I do know where they were looked at. Because they were looked at various parts of various programs. There was one in Cape Town, and there was one in... Oh, where is it? One in Cape Town, one in Durban, and... one in what the Royal Navy would refer to as Port Elizabeth, but I think now is known by Gabera. I think that's where they were. Yeah, I'm fairly sure that's where they were. Take care, Danny. Great, nice thing. Question 18. In the Samoan crisis, when the typhoon was approaching, did HMS Clarke know was heading their way and decide to get out of the dodge before too late? No, they were all caught in it. They were all in the storm. I think she was making... Let me look at the details again, because I have the details. They had 5 anchor cables out by 0900 hours on the 16th. And they were producing, their boilers were working at maximum pressure, the engines were working red hot, and the prop was making 74 revolutions a minute, which normally would have provided sufficient speed for 15 knots in calmer waters. And despite this, the anchor cables were beginning to part, and she was barely making headway against the winds and the seas in harbour, and Captain Kane at that point decides to take a chance. The Americans and the Germans were positioned in various different parts of the port. They had far more obstacles, including each other, between them and the exit. The Calliope technically had them as obstacles. Basically, Captain Kane, to try and get out, he slips the anchors. He slips the chains. He loses the anchors rather than lose his ship. It was an absolute... As said, it's entirely down to Kane taking a risk. They stayed at sea for 2 days and didn't manage to return to the harbour until the 19th of March. And they returned to search for their missing anchors because they'd left them all behind. And that's when they discovered all the other ships in the harbour, 12 in total, including the 3 German and American ships, had been wrecked or sunk. Kane at this point decides to, because he can't find the anchors, he decides to return to Australia because his ship had sustained significant damage, and he actually hands over Calliope's diving outfit to the US Navy to assist in salvage, getting in return boats from the wrecked American ships to replace the boats that had been stripped from Calliope by the storm. And another legacy of it, by the way, and this is one which always interests me, is I've got note of the George Burke, who was the chief engineer of Calliope, of course, was promoted soon afterwards for services in the Majesty's ship Calliope to the rank of from staff engineer to fleet engineer, which was a very important promotion, a very distinct promotion in terms of rank and financial accruement for his role and status on ship. He attributed his success at keeping the engines going to the superior properties of West Coast coal from New Zealand, which he considered as good as Welsh coal, which meant that from then on, the Admiralty basically decided that New Zealand West Coast coal was their coal for the Far East, and they were going to buy it all out. Which was very lucky for the Americans, because when they were doing the Great White Fleet, it was the British arranged that they could get some of that coal. When the Falklands Task Force showed up at Pearl Harbor on December 6, 1941, right as the task force was sailing for the Falklands, Royal Navy final countdown. Then they're in a pickle. Because they know what's coming, but technically they are, which might mean they morally feel like they have to interfere. But technically Britain and America aren't allied at that point. They could try and warn people, but would they be believed? There are all sorts of issues. So they'd have a nightmare, basically. Because you can go one of two ways. You can keep quiet. After the attack's over, you can then go, hello, we're here. We're here to help. In which case the Royal Navy's going, woohoo! Yeah, that's the British contribution to the Pacific War. And the German Navy and a lot of us are about to understand what Sea Harriers and anti-submarine helicopters can do to submarine forces. There is about to be a decimation of several Navy's submarine forces. Sea Harriers, Falklands War, I think they do have their anti-ship missiles still capability. So, yeah, they might actually go and hunt down the Japanese carrier task force and destroy it. They could probably do that. Sea Harrier versus Zero. That would be an interesting one. Black Microsoft, how much of the cost of new ships being built for the Royal Navy could be shaved off if built in government-owned and operated dockyards? Impossible really to say, but it's going to do... basically, go and look at the British and BAE and the various other Babcock companies' profit margins for their yards, and that'll tell you. What was the plan if the Iowas expanded their shells during Desert Storm? Build more shells. If they expanded their shells, build more shells. And get those shells. They had the stockpile already. They could have delivered some of them out there. But they would also build some more shells. It would probably have been very expensive, but this is the US military in the 1990s, and even after the Cold War, they still have a significantly greater budget than most others, and there is enough politicians and political advantage attached to the Iowas still being technically on the books that the Senate would have found the money somewhere. So who started Steve Clarke on the bad jokes? Blackburn Maximus. Oi. I think I can work out I can work out an invoice where a cheeseburger costs 38k. As long as you don't use etc., you're fine. I was asking, was there a reason for Fulmar and Firefly having separate cannons of Palm Observer instead of putting them in both in a single cannon? Protection. That was literally it's protection for the pilot. There's armor behind him. I think I've answered that one. Question 19 and 9681. And question 20, yeah, they're existing because of the treaty. No, good. You answered World War II in 1956. What about World War II with earlier tech? Say it breaks out in 1930. If it breaks out in 1930, the British have an absolute dominance in carrier numbers. The Japanese have barely any. The Americans have very few. The Italians haven't got any Littorios. They haven't completed any upgrades yet. The British have done some upgrades. The Germans don't exist really as a military force. Let's be honest. Say it breaks out in 1930. Deutschland herself is not finished until after the 1930. So pretty much the Royal Navy gets to rule the waves without any trouble in 1930. And they've got Nelson and Rodney, which are unquestionable kings of cool at that point. Were the 3 of the 4 Orion class super dreadnoughts and the 2 Lion class battlecruisers not cannons retained tonnage because they were retired before 1921? Yes. Steve Clarke, question 6, part 1. So there's part 2. So when playing around UAD, we see values being attached to component systems and ship designs, but as non-naval architects, I can't see how they integrate. A matter of restrictions for the volume within the structure. Do you think the method they are using is completely realistic, or is it more fudged than understandable as the job of the architect? Look, it's realistic within the limitations of gameplay. To make it more realistic, you would have to make it a lot more complicated, and that might well cause trouble with the overall gameplay, which would cause a lot of people not to play the game. So there are limitations. Basically, it's got a similar system as Galactic Civilizations uses for arranging its systems, its parts. It works, but you know. Hello, MC Legend 13T YT. They're competing for worst joke. It's going to get worse. Dragon Rain, not me this time. It wasn't Petchington for once. Hang on, where is the Duke of Petchington? They're usually here and winding people up. My students, without World War One breaking out, where would the 12-inch gun-armed dreadnoughts and battleships and battlecruisers, second-line dreadnoughts be? 1916, they're getting very old. The 12-inch battleships probably follow HMS Dreadnought to the Channel sort of be the Channel fleet, and honestly the the battle cruisers probably retained their original role of wandering around the world, dealing with any surface raiding threat, and being global presence. That's all they'd do. They'd be global presence, wandering around the world, doing those missions. Probably you would see a healthy number of them ending up off the coast of the Ottoman Empire going, hello, we're here for Gallipoli, and maybe a few of them, I'm not talking battlecruisers here, I'm talking battleships, might be assisting the Italians and the French versus the Austrians as extra reinforcement. But it's doubtful on that one. More likely they're doing the Channel and the Ottoman Empire stuff. Oh, I'm going for a bottle of Iron Brew that quickly today. Blackbird Maximus, how long does it take to start up a marine gas turbine, especially the early ones? Minutes. Minutes is the actual for the actual procedures. Minutes we're talking about. Okay, they had Harpoons and Maverick. Didn't they also have Sea Eagle? I seem to remember they still had Sea Eagle and various for the Harriers. And of course, there are some Royal Navy ships have Exocet as well. So let's be honest, there is a lot of problems for the Japanese fleet in that force. As Duke of Edgington, oh good lord, no, his memes are getting legendary. M713 YT. What would navies of the world look like if World War II was delayed by a decade if a certain Austrian moustache man actually listened to his staff and delayed his expansion roughly till roughly 1948? So you wouldn't. The Royal Navy would be the Royal Navy, US Navy would be completely different battle fleets, and there is no way Yamato stays hidden for that long. So you're dealing with a completely different world. The battle fleets are changed. You might not even have the King George V. Well, you probably still would have the King George V, but let's put it this way: the British would probably be somewhere in the region of 20-25 capital ships. The King George V would be very much the lower end of the roll. The Italians might have rebuilt their navy. They might have built an aircraft carrier, a couple of aircraft carriers by that point. Probably will have done, and will probably be on about 8 capital ships, but they can't really sustain more than that. And that's where their problem's going to come, the actual sustainment. If Mussolini's still in power, because that's the thing. Mussolini isn't a dictator like Hitler. I keep trying to explain to people. He is a dictator, but he's not a dictator, in that he doesn't have absolute power. I'm going to explain that. There is a monarch above him. There is a Senate. There is a Parliament. And members of both of those things, quite a lot of them are opposition members, who spend a lot of their time calling him a nincompoop. He does not have absolute control. And therefore, whilst I don't think he necessarily goes quickly, if he's still in power, I don't think he makes it in 1948 still in power. And that changes the situation for any war dramatically. The reason I don't think he stays is because there's already signs of people growing fed up with the regime. I think Mussolini, probably about 1943, 44, would have found a way to pass it on to a successor. and gradually distanced himself before probably disappearing to Switzerland for his retirement, and then the successor would have been removed and things would have changed. I think that's how it would have gone. I think Mussolini would have got out of Dodge. That might lead to, Franco might have managed to fix things and might have decided to turn Spain into a military power by that point. We'll never know. But the reality is, I don't think necessarily you have Italy available as 1948 as a German ally. They might even be a democracy again. I think with Japan, if they haven't gone bankrupt, there will have been a war well before 1948. So the Far Eastern War might have already happened. That's going to have a big effect on the British and the American fleets, and the level of cooperation between Britain and America. So by the time 1948 happens, Germany's facing a probably well-armed up Britain, with a very well-armed fleet, a whole lot of new tech, and a whole lot of battle-proven experience. That's not a good scenario for Germany. No matter how they develop stuff, it won't be at the level they need it to be. Frank, be polite. I'm not sure what got paused then. I'm just going to do this, then I can check it out. I agree, Frank, but no. Thank you for the thank you for memberships. I'm going to wait for that to be gone before I turn that back on. Thank you for the memberships, Jack Ray. Chicken Betchin got one. Yukazi got one. Scott Garner, Plains Fox, Furry Kitten, A-Fun, Chaos Wiley, Michael Schrinelberg, and Trent Temenko, RG, and Peter Dawson. Thank you. Very well. Quiet. Yeah. I agree with the sentiment, Frank. I just don't need to I don't need one of my little cousins to go in on Monday morning because they're watching this, and I know they're still watching this because it's not your bedtime till 9:30, I've been told, and then they watch the rest of this tomorrow night. I know you're watching. Anyway, basically the last thing I want is them to go in after seeing something and then say it tomorrow morning in school. Their mums to get a phone call and basically me dead by dinner time. Okay? I like breathing. I'm rather attached to it as a concept. Thanks, Frank. Why? Ooh. In terms of pre-dreadnought battleship channel squadrons, what were they expected to fight? What were they expected to fight? They weren't expected to fight. They were expected to hold the line until the ground fleet got there. They're going to die gloriously. They're going to hold the channel barrier, but they are going to die gloriously. That is their plan. They know that. They are fully prepared for that. The crews joke about it constantly. Their job is to patrol the barrier and stop the Germans pushing through the barrier for long enough for the Grand Fleet to come down and slam into them. That's their entire job and their mission, and they will do it. They're there to buy time and die gloriously. They know it completely. They know it, and they are fully aware of it. There is probably no other unit like it in World War I. In that every other unit knows that if they do what they do operationally, there might be a high risk of death or a very long odds, or there's a risk of death in what they're doing. But the Channel Fleet knows that to do their mission, to buy the maximum amount of time, they cannot withdraw, they cannot retreat, they have to hold the line until they are sunk. In which case, they are going to, most of them, a goodly large number of them, are going to die. They know it, and pretty much most of them are reservists, and they're happy with it. Well, when I say happy with it, they understand it, and they are going to do it. They will do it, is their sort of mission. Yeah, Naval History Channel is... it's not so much expensive, it's... Although, I am enjoying... I hate to tell people this, but if you watch me on TV shows, etc., I have roughly the same voice. There is a growing group of you out there, of viewers, who think that my voice is naturally deeper than it is, and that it is the microphone's fault that I do not sound like Barry White. But I'm sorry. My voice is not naturally down here. Although, on occasion, I can put it down quite low. Yes, I can go low. But that's not the natural voice for me. It's not. Naturally, my voice is up about here. About the middle of my range. And there's probably a reason for that. I'm the only boy in 40 cousins. I can't think of any reason why my voice might sound like this. Oh. Do you think the Channel Fleet mission inspired a battle of the line from Babylon 5? I have no idea. It's a sort of mission which might do, because I know that some of the Babylon 5 people were very interested in naval history, so they could have done it. But it might not have done. So would 40 or 52 pre-dreadnought battleships be seen as nice to have for the British when World War I broke out? Yeah, they're useful. They look at what they're used for. They're used for a shore bombardment to support the army in Flanders. They're used for Gallipoli. They're used for troop transport. They're used as security for port security and all sorts of things. Being harbour defence ships, they've got all sorts of missions. They're useful. They're force enablers. They allow the primary battle fleet to go off and wander on. Yes, Ronan just watched for the bad joke-a-thon going on between Steve Clarke and Blackman Maximus. They're seeing how low they can go without making me giggle. How long until I giggle, I think, is the competition. So we'll just see. So, okay, if the Royal Navy retired their pre-dreadnoughts Royal Sovereign's battleship fleet before one, wouldn't they have would they have been replaced? Well, they're going to replace them slowly, but first of all, they're going to put them from commission to ordinary, and then when they're no longer of any use at all, even in second and third line missions, and they're no longer of value for that, then they'll put them, then they'll scrap them. But as long as they're still useful in either second or third line missions, or even first line missions, there are some ships which are in ordinary in 1914, which go on to do first line missions in World War One, quite happily. The idea that all your warships should be always in commission, always in service in peacetime, is a very new concept, which is a good idea to wear your fleet out. And if by 1906 the Royal Navy had 52 air fleet and the plan was rough, I'll answer that one. Why it was best to do the phased out approach. It gave some more ships and gives some options. Hendrik Bofa, in the delayed World War II, would small nations like Baltic, Scandinavia, and Poland, what kind of ship would they buy in reaction to German and Soviet navies? Well, that's the interesting thing. It's like the obvious one I didn't mention in the question about smaller nations in the Soviet one, which I thought other people would pick up and maybe bring about anyway, is Poland. Because what kind of navy does Poland build in that scenario? Where the Soviet Union's got battleships. Brand new ones. Honestly, I think the Poles might go absolutely nuts with it. Because, again, they fight wars against the Soviets on a regular basis, almost. So, the Finns, you might actually see a Scandinavian, a Finnish, Swedish, Polish alliance, Baltic alliance spring up of mutual defense and support, which could have all sorts of complications for any German invasion of Poland. It's interesting. It's a whole different world you're dealing with. It really does change. It really does change things. The Soviets being included in naval treaties. It truly does change things dramatically. Gee. Random question, and I'm going to check. As you all know, this week I got my royalties revenue, and thanks to Super Chats, it doesn't include memberships in the amount it gives me, but it does include Super Chats. I've already somewhere approaching a third of the money I made in that royalties check for 3 months. And this is not to ask for more or anything, but it's I suddenly was wondering about it, because it's just, the more and more I think about that royalties check, the more and more I sit there and go, good Lord, how is this going to be sustainable? I love writing books, and I'm going to keep writing books. There are people who are going, are you not going to stop writing books? It's not financially sustainable. No, I'm going to keep writing books. I'm going to write the books, and I'm going to self-publish some, and I'm going to hopefully get another one with a publisher at some point and do a big book. But, yeah. It's just, you sit there and go, that there is, considering the cost of the pictures, it is in no way, shape, or form financially sustainable to write books as a primary career as it used to be for a historian. It's just not. As asking, considering that all our ships were on a French loan, there is not much more we could get. Poland was broke from the start. Well, no, some came from Britain as on a British loan. And the thing is, as said, in that scenario, I would say you'd have a Baltic alliance, and Sweden produces its own destroyers, and they might well decide to produce some for Poland as well at very good rates. So you might find that Poland would have its arsenal of democracy would be Sweden. Still wondering what the Briar for Fleet Support short series is. Oh, that reminds me, I haven't sorted out the short for tomorrow yet. Oh, forget, I need to do that before I go to bed. Well, I'll do that probably from bed. It's probably easy enough to do. Let me make sure these are on charge. I'm gonna need them working this evening. Stretch and done. No, they don't, Jack. Well, you see, the thing was, when I went through, it was the last of the years where they presumed. The assumption was automatically you get a PhD, you do some contract lecturing, and then you get a 10 years track lecturing or full-time post, and that would be you set for life. Small problem is they produce more PhD students than there are academic postings open up in a year. So that means automatically some who are not going to get it. If you consider in my field of the 12 nationwide naval history PhDs who graduated that year, I'd reckon, 12 of that into academia, on that who've got a successful post in UK in academia is 1. Who've got academic posts abroad, it creates up to 4. And of the remaining ones of us, I was considered one of the successful ones because of my contract work. And the other things I do, I'm considered one of the successful ones because I do the TV work and I've had the book published and all these things. And I know my financial situation. I'm not destitute, but I'm honestly wishing I'd kept some contracts going longer than I had before moving, because, you see, the thing was, we were supposed to be moving house when it was all sort of being agreed and sorted out. I thought we'd be moving, that I would be down there already getting the house ready and going now. It would have been, I would have gone at the 1st of March. It's taken longer to get all the paperwork and legal stuff through. This has been adding a lot to my stress levels, but it's fun because I keep dealing with all the paperwork, all the lawyers and all those things. And that's hopefully going to go through soon. And hopefully we get into the house soon. But it's roughly 6 weeks later than I was expecting it to be. And the that's I could have done 6 weeks more of some of the couple of my contracts. Which would have been more sensible. But the thing was, I needed to make a decision then, and because I could either sign up for 6 weeks or, well, I'd have to sign up for 8 weeks. So I would have still had 2 weeks overlap now, but I could have managed 2 weeks overlap. I couldn't manage 8 weeks overlap with the build, if that makes sense. So that's what decision I made. Now, Seneca Canary, would World War II era Spain be able to storm Gibraltar? No, because there is a reason it's called Fortress Gibraltar. You could try, but the sheer amounts of artillery and other weaponry you'd have firing at you would be dramatic. So you're not going to storm it, it's going to have to be sieged. And that's not going to go well either. I don't know, how annoying was the demise of the pre-dreadnought in Matrix 1 to you in 1907? Pretty annoying. I'd say Kane had a good idea of Apia hard before Typhoon stuck, for question 28. MC Legend 13, what would the division of the High Seas Fleet between the various Entente powers look like if Germany don't scuttle their fleet? Britain crying and definitely not signing up to the Washington Naval Treaty. Britain would try and get all the modern ships it could. The French want cruisers, but they'll also want some of the German complete battle squadrons, because that'll help them with their building problems. The Italians will want to match the French. The Russians might want something, but they're not there at the table, so it doesn't matter. The Americans will want a lot of interesting stuff. The British will be worried about them getting any of the really modern stuff, because that'll add to their capabilities. So yes, it's basically it's a nightmare. That's the reality of it. It's basically it's a nightmare. Edwin, you could take Gibraltar by a storm if you have enough men, but attacking over the small amount of land might make the first day of the Somme look like a picnic, and that's before the Royal Navy arrives. I wouldn't even go saying you could do that. Well, let's put it this way. Where are you going to be storming? Think about it. With the artillery and guns, there's no way you're getting tanks across, so that means you're trying to push infantry across into heavy machine gun fire and artillery fire. You've got perfect crossfire positions. They've got the whole of the blooming mount to fire down at you from. They've got 9.2-inch guns up there. You know, there is no way you are crossing that beach by storm. And, okay, are you going to assemble on the other side without them knowing? No. They've got enough human intelligence, let alone their own eyesight, watching you. They have no trust in Franco Spain. So the moment they're starting to move troops down there, they're going to go on alert. They're going to start preparing for a storming attack. They're already at high alert anyway because they don't trust Spain. It gets it becomes a very nasty time for them. I said, why did the Royal Navy deploy 2 pre-dreadnoughts during the Boxer Rebellion? Because they could, and because that would provide them with enough, that would provide them with what they needed. The Boxer Rebellion, if I remember correctly, is 1900. Don't take this the wrong way. There are no dreadnoughts in 1900. So they deployed 2 battleships. That's what they needed to deploy. The Royal Navy felt at that point, so they sent 2 out there. As a rule, the British are fairly minimalist. They only deploy what they need to deploy when they need to deploy it. It's, some reason negation maps come up in my notes. Yeah, they basically, they don't need to deploy more than that. You're going to fight a land war, why do you need to bring more than 2 battleships? What you need to do is bring ships which can go up the canals, and that's what they do. Oh, there was going to be a whole fight over the battle cruisers. The Americans might well have been interested in them, but honestly, they don't have the legs for the Pacific. So where they end up, that's going to be an open question. Blackman Maxfist, the answer to the question is nope. I don't really like first-person games. I usually play strategy games. I have played Halo quite a lot, but that's because it's usually what's available when you're in most messes. And being able to play Halo, it's kind of like being able to play darts and being able to play poker. If you can do that, you can have fairly good standing in most messes. The trick is to play Halo well enough to be considered good, not so well you disrupt the existing structures within the mess. So you have to judge it carefully that you end up roughly middle of the road. Whilst there are going to be some people displaced, the fact is the only people worried about it are going to be the ones in the top 3 or 4 in the mess, because that's part of their status in the mess, that they're the best at Halo, or they're the best at darts, or they're the best at poker. And you have to make a judgment call over who they are, so you don't beat them. Because otherwise you're going to face issues, if you're staying there for long enough. If you're only going to be there a day, don't care, just beat them. Which is usually a thing that they come in and go, but you said you play strategy games more than Halo. Yeah, I have little cousins and I play Warhammer as well. But in the nicest way, yes, I can play Halo. How? I've spent enough time in Navy messes over the years, and various navies and various nations, and it's always Halo. There's always an Xbox somewhere, and there's always Halo. But if there was a counter-Earth, and okay, please note, I'm sure he doesn't mean that opposite to our sun and all these things, because that's a very, very complicated and interesting orbit thing. So let's say there's another planet in orbit, not that far from our sun. So let's say similar size to Earth, similar orbit to Earth, maybe outside our orbit, so slightly colder, but not that much colder, still inside. Well, between us and Mars, let's say, in its orbiting pattern. That's usually on the opposite side from Earth, roughly. Similar enough orbit that they don't come close to each other that often. How fast do you think tech will advance to scramble to colonize it? Oh, I'm sure that would have been a colonization target from about the moment we discovered it. Honestly, it would have been a push of technology. You might have had something trying to go there in the Victorian era. It's quite advantageous in the US being a Brit who's able to beat Americans at Madden. Yeah, it is usually quite good. But again, what you always want to have to do is if you are going to be in MS for a long time, and a really long time, then you have to sort of slowly reveal your actual skill level. Don't reveal it immediately. Come in, as I said, settle in the middle, and slowly earn your way up as they meet you and understand you, and you sort of become a part of the group. But hold on a second. Sorry, if somebody's asked, any news on the Belfast front? No, we're all super busy. That's the honest answer. We're all super busy. There has got to be something organised at some point, and there will be, but it's going to work. I'm going to have to work it out, and going to have to work it out with SimSec, and going to have to work it out with Jamie and Drac, and we're going to sort these things out. But it's going to be well. At the moment, if you consider our normal recording time on Friday, Jamie was off doing something. I was spent most of my Friday on the phone to lawyers, and Drac spent most of his Friday doing all sorts of interesting things. And you just can't do a recording in that time. We're keeping up the chat, we'll keep talking to each other, we keep exchanging articles, we just haven't had a chance. What's the shirt today? The shirt is, let's see, camera, centre on me, it's HMS Belfast. I think it's a World of Warships t-shirt, I seem to remember it's a World of Warships one, but I'm not sure, it's just a cool one of HMS Belfast as far as I was concerned. Senator, the pre-dreadnoughts of World War I turn up to in a UK port weeks after World War II begins in 1939. What would they be used for? They are in the same condition they were in 1914. Convoy escort. Let's be honest. You can refit them to be long-range convoy escorts if they're in the same condition they were in 1914 and they turn up with crews. Where, hey, you've got a lot of young people who are actually currently a lot older in the UK, but you've got their clones. You can do that. And they're going to be used for convoy escort. That's what the Royal Navy's going to do with them. They're going to be escorting convoys all over the world. Those convoys are going to have an escort of a pre-dreadnought, because you could fit radar onto a pre-dreadnought, you could refit its engines comparatively quickly into long-range escorts, and they could escort convoys entirely across the Atlantic quite happily. Yes, they're not good for necessarily good for anti-submarine warfare. They're really not good for that, so you're going to have to do something about that, probably bulges. But in terms of keeping surface raiders away, they become a major threat, and they become something you can also ultimately expend. So basically you don't have probably PQ-17 as a problem, because, well, major surface raider turns up, it's going to win against the pre-dreadnought, but the pre-dreadnought's going to hold it for long enough to allow the convoy to get away, so you don't need to order a scanner immediately. But also, it's going to probably hold it long enough that maybe your major escort and your major service units can actually go and engage. And that's the reality. You'd probably have a couple as well. You wouldn't just have one. So that's the reality of what you could do. No, sir. Compared to the Canopus class, how much were the Chinese ironclads? They might as well not been there. It was probably safer for them not to be. I have no idea of their turret design. But both turrets are pointing in the same direction, and so yeah, both of them are locked on the same target, I presume, over the horizon. It just looks cool. Actually, they could be slightly different. That could also be my belly. And shore bombardment, all sorts of things you can use them for. But also, you could position them in all sorts of places. Honestly, it really changes some of the dynamics in terms of... Well, if you think about it... So, if you've got those to do the escort routing, that's going to free up capital ships from elsewhere. So you're going to free up your R-class earlier on. You're going to be able to move things to the Far East earlier on, or you're going to be able to put more of those capital ships. So the R-class, You might have more of them in the Mediterranean, which might lead to a different circumstance in the Second Battle of Sirte. Because let's be honest, if there's an R-class there, that's a very different battle than the battle it was. That's the reality you're talking about. You're giving the British a lot of force enablers which can assist them. Yeah, well, let's ignore. It's not so a case. The point is, they're the next generation of battleships, so they will eventually replace them. But again, the ironclads would only be got rid of once they are no longer of value in their second or third rank role, or third tier roles. So it's sort of, yes, they replace them, but it's not they are there to supposed to replace them. It's not the case of we're building this now to replace that. It's this is the next generation of battleships. We're going to be building these from now on. And when those no longer have any, it's a very different approach than we think of today. We think of today we are building the Type 26 to replace the Type 23, and Type 31 to replace the Type 23 GP, the Type 26 to replace the Type 23 ASW. That's we're building to replace. In that period we're talking about, really up until the treaties, the Royal Navy is building because it's building. And including, and honestly, until the London Treaty, it's building because it's building. It's building ships because it needs ships. It's not building to replace. It's building because it needs ships. That's the approach. That's the reality. It's different than we think about it today. Sorry, I think I burped a bit then. This is the trouble. I only managed to get a pizza today. Not a big one either. It was a little Chicago town. I couldn't find. I found everyone else's pizza and I couldn't find my own big pizza. Really not, but I found a little mini Chicago town. I'm not doing much today. Believe it or not, you have to add context to that one because you're saying Ottoman fleet being wiped out was because the Royal Navy was bored. When is this you're talking about? Because there are lots of times the Royal Navy ends up bashing. But it never happens because the Royal Navy's bored. Because the government orders it. And the Royal Navy doesn't just go and go, we feel like beating someone up today, let's go. No, the British government has to make the decision. The Royal Navy doesn't go and attack someone and then tell the government. The Royal Navy waits till it's ordered to. They don't treat war as a game. It's something which needs to be done, or something which isn't done. Nice area. Was a twin 7.5-inch gun turret even considered for the Hawkins class? No. Brennan, what happens if the Long Lancer Mark 14 are swapped between the two navies at the start of the war? The Japanese cry, because they spent years building a decent torpedo, and then they've got the Mark 14. As for the Americans, they now have a very interesting torpedo. You're also going to, of course, the Americans suddenly have a torpedo which is really far too powerful for their tactics, whereas the Japanese no longer have a torpedo which fits their tactics or operational requirement. Greek War of Independence from the 1830s, definitely not the Royal Navy being bored. In nicest way, I've done a whole video on that battle, so I'm not going to get into that. Go watch the video. Andrew Bofa, if South Africa ordered battleships for the UK from UK before World War II, what names would you propose? Well, it would have to be after 1937, because before 1937, there's a cumulative limit placed on the navies under the First London Naval Treaty. That's only lost in the Second London Naval Treaty because neither Japan nor Italy signs up to it, so there's no point having cumulative limits. So it's 1937. What names are they gonna? The Smuts. Probably. Probably Smuts, Pretoria, and is it Pretoria? Yeah, Pretoria. Pretoria, maybe Johannesburg. No, probably Pretoria, Johannesburg. Um, Pretoria's the modern capital, isn't it? But yeah, it's been the capital for a while. I'd go with. It's either going to be Johannesburg or Pretoria and Cape Town. But that'll be what they sort of the names they probably pick. Probably name it for their cities. Um. Runon, your short thoughts on a ship with war spirit despite its machine spirit, fission power, and primarily engine weapon, energy weapon armament. Good luck to the world. Now, sorry, would the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force destroyer escorts be called destroyer escorts if they got British frigates instead at the start of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force? Potentially, but they've always worked more closely with the Americans, and the Americans called them destroyer escorts, so they probably would. The Black Mass of Scotland is discovered in 1920s to have oil reserves like that of Saudi Arabia. How does it affect World War II? Well, if they've got oil reserves on the scale of Saudi Arabia, if that's discovered in the 1920s, the British economy is going to boom. You're talking an oil boom that's colossal. Um, you are probably not going to have the same level of depression, because you always have to remember that in America the depression was felt more in certain places than others, and others where there's a certain oil boom going on certainly didn't feel it the same way, because people still needed energy, they still needed petrol for their cars, and those things are still going around it. So if they discover oil in the 1920s in Scotland, woohoo, Britain's rich, and Britain's not in the issues it's facing. On the scale of Saudi Arabia as well, that basically allows the British government to start printing money. They have a huge amount of money. Strategically, it means they have all the fuel they need for operations. Uh, if it's found in Scotland as well, you might see something called under mountain drilling. They might actually dig inside the mountains and do the drills inside a mountain, rather than trying to do it on the surface to protect them from enemy airstrikes, because that was something they were obsessed with at that time period. So instead of having the oil wells sitting on the hills, they'd be actually in caverns inside the mountains if they could get them there. What's the big difference is going to be? Well, if you have oil on the scale of coal from that point onwards, then Britain has complete energy security. They have still got the food issues they had traditionally, but they've got the energy security. So now food becomes the most important thing, and running through munitions, etc. But fuel-wise, they already built up plenty of fuel storage. They probably can maintain plenty of fuel storage. They will have access to very high octane fuel for their fighters, for their aircraft the whole way through, which they did historically anyway, but they'll have it at home secure. What does it basically mean? It means you don't have to run tankers across the Atlantic. It means the Gulf tankers are supporting the Middle East force. You've got Saudi Arabia's tankers supporting the North African campaign, and so they've got plenty of fuel. You've got those tankers supporting you. You don't need to have a lot of the tankers running around as much. So you can use the tankers for other things. What does it really mean? It means to an extent you have functionally unlimited access to machines. Now, what does that mean for warfighting? It means that you're probably going to see a far heavier emphasis on machinery develop in the British forces. Because fuel will be that relatively cheap on a strategic level, they will be quite happy to rely on it. So you will probably see the British Army was already. I've had this discussion with people because someone pointed out to me and went, "Oh yes, but there are 3 divisions of." No, there's a division. I think it was. It was a division of British reservist troops who were still horse-mounted, yeomanry who were actually sent to the Middle East at the beginning of the war to replace already motorized units to learn to be motorized and mechanized. And so that means no, the whole force was fundamentally all the regulars, the vast overwhelming majority of the reserves had transitioned. The British Army, even those reserve units which still had horses for moving their personnel, had motorized their logistics. Functionally and effectively, the British Army was completely motorized and mechanized. This would have just been accelerated by that kind of level of supply. It would have probably happened earlier. How does that affect things? I don't know. Honestly, that's adding on a whole layer. Basically, it doesn't change anything in terms of the realities of war, but it might change things in terms of the quantities, because it also might change their approach to certain things. It's also going to mean they're going to have a lot more money in the 1930s when it comes to rearming. They're not going to be suffering from the Depression the same way. The British economy is going to be very different if they found that in the 1920s. And that's going to mean... Sorry, just dealing with something which would pull the nail. I just realised I did it on the camera. But, no. 1920 is fuel. You are probably going... The big thing you're going to see is a difference in the scale of the rearmament program, especially post-1937. There is a lot more money going around. Things can change dramatically. For example, the Royal Navy might be given enough money that they do develop the 16-inch simultaneously with the 14-inch. And then the King George V, instead of going... When they reach the crunch point, they might well find those King George V's end up with 9 16-inch guns. They might get adapted very, very quickly. When it's sort of a case of, oh, frigate, no one signed up to treaties. And the Americans are all changing. Okay. We have the money. Adapt. And they all turn out with 9 16-inch guns. In 16-inch 45s or something like that. It causes... Basically, the big thing was always food supplies. And the reality was, in World War II, it never got as risky as World War I. In World War I, they weren't prepared for it. In World War II, they understood what was coming. They convoyed from the get-go. And honestly, the food levels never got that as low as they did at certain points in World War I. There's also a far more concerted ability to do the whole digging for victory. One of the things you might see... Actually, this could be interesting. You probably wouldn't see petrol rationing. Petrol rationing might not be actually introduced during wartime. In which case, that's going to fundamentally change the national economy during wartime. Because if petrol rationing isn't implemented, if there's enough petrol and fuel going around, they don't have to implement petrol rationing. That's going to actually increase food production. It's going to increase the movement of goods and movement of supplies. It's going to make the war economy far more vibrant in so many ways and far more flexible in so many other ways. That could be interesting. That could have a really big impact. And there's also all sorts of other things as well. If you've got that amount of fuel coming into an economy like Britain, which would be able to set up the processing plants and all the sort of the refineries, etc. You've also got all the rubbers, so you don't need to worry about getting import of Malaysian rubber because you can do synthetic rubber. There's all sorts of things you can do with that fuel that's going to reduce other imports. So it's going to reduce the amount of shipping you have to devote to those other things. Tires, for example. You don't have to, you can do all that using this. So there are some things you want to have the proper rubber for because it's better than the synthetic stuff you can produce at a time. But you're going to have an ample supply of synthetic stuff, so that's going to mean your supplies of the proper stuff are going to be able to stretch further over things which have to have that kind of seal or that kind of rubber. So it has a huge impact in terms of in terms of strategic enablement. Does it mean the high power engines are introduced earlier if you don't care about fuel economy? Honestly, they're introduced as soon as they can anyway, because functionally as far as fighter command and those engines are concerned, there is no fuel economy. There is fuel economy for certain areas in defence procurement, there's not for fighters. Oil-fired steam trains on the rails? Possibly, but honestly, the British are already pushing into electrification in the 1920s. So the major thing you might see is electrification accelerates, because they'll have oil-fired power stations. And the OC stuff it brings the money in. Yeah, the British have all that. It will be interesting. You're going to have diesel trains start replacing steam before 1930s. Some higher capacity freight, quick start times. Quite so honestly, there's a good chance of that. They could be coming in quite quickly, because the thing is, the British are going to seize on that to try and make the economy because we often treat autarky as something which only the Germans were pushing, but it wasn't. A lot of economies were pushing for it. So that's one of the reasons why steam trains last as long as they do in the British economy, because the British have good supplies of coal, not oil. But if you have a good supply of oil, you could well have electric. You could have electric. You could have diesel trains. You could have all sorts of things coming in. Makes joke about how if the Scottish Mountains are dug too deep, all you find is the Clarke Semi-Storm Gold. No, that wouldn't be under the Scottish Mountains. Far too many people go there. Let's see. Basically, if you want to have a guess where my family would dig their gold in, just consider this. Consider where Glasgow is in Scotland, and consider all the little islands that are not that far away from there, and consider the fact that my family often have access to ships, and we know what it's like going out into those waters. So yes, those little islands, if we are going to be storing anything anywhere, it would be in little islands. Little islands. Just gorgeous little islands. Edinburgh, I think province would be better. Natal, Visara, could do. Honestly, for the South Africans, that'd be the first time they'd be naming battleships, so anything they go will be their new names. As I said, I just thought Smuts because, frankly, he's just Smuts. Would more Hawkins class being built if World War One had not gotten away? If World War One hadn't ended when it was, honestly, I expect the next generation would be a 9.2-inch cruiser, which would be a far larger vessel to be ordered. Oh, good lord, we wouldn't put an X on the spot. Draw a map? I could get lost or fall into someone's hands. Eek. Blackmaster, if there was a volcanic chain of islands the size and shape of Japan along the mid-Atlantic ridge between 50N and 30N, how would this affect history? 15 degrees north and 30 degrees north. How would it affect history? Well, if they're the size and scope of Japan and they're in the middle of the Atlantic. At some part, they probably will have been occupied by Spain, France, and Britain. In that position. Honestly, at some part, they will probably been attempted to be occupied by all those ones. Because I doubt they'd have had an indigenous population unless it was there when it got separated off. If we consider what most of the Mid-Atlantic islands are like, they don't usually have that sort of population. I'd also add that, as a rule, those particular spaces are going to be dealing with a huge amount of currents, and the weather is going to be interestingly very interesting. So, how does it affect things? Honestly, no way to know. It's going to change things so much that, frankly, we won't know. But considering the sheer quantity of, if it's like Japan with its relative facilities, etc., I think they could ended up being British territory. I think the other Europeans find that full of Vikings when they're just like Iceland. Oh yeah, there'll be Vikings there, but then Iceland. Let's be honest. When the Spanish turned up over Iceland, it was an interesting and short, sharp exchange. But it did not much happen because they weren't really interested in Iceland. Whereas this would be right in the middle of the routes to Americas. The Spanish would want it, and so that would be different. So they would probably be there. They might well try and push out the Scandinavian powers. That could be an interesting fight, and then who knows what the Brits will get involved at some point. It would be an interesting scenario. Question Knight 6 what held up the Hawkins class so much? They weren't really wanted or needed. They were a post-war need. They weren't a during war need. Knights to go for one. If Craddock's armoured cruisers at Cornell were replaced by Hawkins class, how badly would it go for Von Spey? We'll need to look up the range of the 7.5-inch gun. Maximum firing distance, 19 kilometers. Effective firing distance. So, if just his armored cruisers are replaced, the Sharnors class elevation of their 16-inch guns could go up to plus 16, which gave them maximum range of 12.4 kilometers. Now, the 7.5-inch has a theoretical maximum firing range of 19 kilometers, but let's be honest, its accurate firing range you're talking about is probably 14 kilometers. So that's it's, you know, it can do that's well within its maximum firing range, but that's going to give you a high degree of accuracy. So they're firing a 91 kilogram shell, which would impact at 316 meters a second. Force equals mass times acceleration. So 91 times... that's a lot of force. And their armor thickness is that. They have technically got more guns, but their guns can't reach them. The other ones can. They can concentrate their fire more easily because they've got more center line, whereas these have got them on. They've got them on one side or the other. So let's be honest, their maximum broadside, effective broadside, is 8 out of their 12 guns, whereas for the Hawkins it is 6 out of their 7 guns. Unless they can do 31 knots, so they can dictate speed and range, whereas the Sharnors can do 22.5 knots. So honestly, for them, it's going to be 22.5 knots is what they can do when everything's clean and fine. They can't do that at Cornell. So the question is, how bad does it go for Von Spee? I think the Battle of Cornell spins on head, and Clarke is remembered as great victor. Because honestly, there is no scenario where that works out well for Von Spee. Not because they have got a far better belt. Honestly, the belt armor on the Hawkins class is a joke because they're a light cruiser. Okay, they're not an armor. But their guns are long enough range and powerful enough, they're going to be smashing through the Scharnhorst armor before the Scharnhorst can get into range. Because the Scharnhorst maximum range is 12.4 kilometers at the angles they can reach. In most of their casemate guns. So they're limited down to their their 4 guns, which can do 16.3 kilometers at 30 degrees at maximum range. But the thing is, the maximum range that's able to do 16.3 kilometers. At the 7.5 inch can do 19 kilometers. At 18 kilometers, it's got good accuracy and good hitting power. In fact, its hitting power goes up because it's 326 meters per second at 18 kilometers. It's 316 meters per second velocity at 15,000 yards at 14 kilometers. At 10,000 yards, it's 371 meters a second. And at 5,000 yards, it's 548 meters a second. So I think, honestly, they either have to engage 6 versus 4 guns, and they keep it to over 16 kilometers range. which is not good for the and they can set the pace and range for as long as they like, or they take it down to, well, let's be honest, 14 kilometers, which is fine for them, and that's going to increase the that's going to make the time of flight down to 32 seconds for them. It's not good for them. It's not good. And then we add it in the rate of fire, because the rate of fire for the British in these guns was roughly 6 to 8 rounds per minute they were achieving. Whereas the much heavier shell on the German guns meant their rate of fire was about 4 to 5 rounds per minute, and their muzzle velocity is only 780 meters a second versus the 844 meters a second for the 7.5 inch. So yeah, I would say probably it's a win. It's not going to be an easy win. If the Germans manage to get within range, they are going to cause severe damage. But as long as the British keep to a decent range, well, roughly the range they actually trained to fight at, 18,000 yards pretty much, they are going to wreck them. Electrician was already big in the south and northeast, combination of overhead and direct and third rail, so third rail DC. So it's quite easy to have most country under wires. Yeah, and honestly, the British could have electrified the whole country quite easily, and that's what they did historically. So I reckon with all oil, that's what they do. Go back to the other one. Even Francis Drake couldn't do stuff because he was bored. There just wasn't the money to do it. There isn't the money to send a fleet off because it's bored. I don't know. It said that Hawkins class were transition ships. They're not transition ships. They are not transition ships. They are the last generation of World War II era, World War I era light cruiser. Okay. And then you have the E's and all those things. They are basically the grown up of the Town class, which were the smaller light cruisers that are grown up to the Town class, the C's, the E's, and E's. They're sort of the growth of the Scout cruiser. So that's your 6-inch cruiser is basically the growth of your Scout cruiser. The 7.5 inch is the growth of your light cruiser of the Hawkins class, and that becomes the 8-inch. And there is no successor to the armored cruiser. That doesn't exist, because as I was saying earlier, and I'm presuming as you've still asked this question, you didn't hear me earlier saying it, we've just stuck to the question anyway. If you consider prior to the war, you're talking roughly 5,000 tons for a Scout small cruiser, for a sort of light cruiser, Scout cruiser type sort of thing, and you're talking something around the 5,000 figure. You're talking roughly 10,000 tons for an armor cruiser and 20,000 tons for a battle cruiser. Roughly, that's where you're sort of going through. A bit more, but that's sort of roughly. By the end of World War I, you've got Hood, which is 40,000+ tons. You've got the G3s coming in, which are more than that. Your Hawkins class are getting close to 10,000 tons, and they're your light cruiser. Your armoured cruiser would be in the 20,000-25,000 ton range. Flying Maximus, the Channel Ton is transported back in time to September 1914. How does it affect the logistics of war and a submarine campaign? Well, it wrecks the Channel campaign because you can just move everything through the tunnel. Yes, it's going to be complicated. Yes, it's going to be difficult. Yes, you're going to be tempted to move some stuff by ship as well because it'll make your life easier. But pretty much all the personnel are going through the tunnel. You're going to move all the personnel through the tunnel, and if you're running it 24 hours a day and you're running it... It's going to sound strange, but if you run the trains through the tunnels slower, you can keep them closer together and still keep the safety margins, and so you can get greater throughput. So that's probably what they end up doing. And also you put less pressure on the boilers, which means that they are less likely to start blowing up on you. But it's also going to be interesting to watch the Channel Tunnel be operated in World War I when it's traditionally using... So they've been built all around the use of electric trains, and at that time period, I'm not sure if they could completely keep the electric trains going. They might be able to, but they're going to have to do a lot of work with some turbines to do so. And above it, if Germany invades Iceland the same time they invade Poland, how does that affect the Battle of the Atlantic? It makes one of the opening acts of the Battle of Atlantic an amphibious operation on the British invading Iceland to take it off the Germans. That's it. And let's be honest, what are they going to... and here's the thing also. Whatever forces they send to invade Iceland, they're not getting back. And whatever ships they send to invade Iceland, they're not getting back. The moment they launch an invasion, it's going to be heard about. It's like it was when the British turned up and did it. It was broadcast around the world instantly. The telegram service, all these things went wild. So the British will hear about it instantly. There'll be British warships converging on there. Any forces they send for an invasion. So if they do an invasion, let's be honest, they've got to send some warships to help with the operation. So what are they going to send? Their Deutschland class. The Graf Spey's off in the South Atlantic already. So that leaves Deutschland and the Speer, the Scheer, doesn't it? That leaves Deutschland and Scheer. Maybe you send a Scharnhorst class, but they're not really ready. But you might send a Scharnhorst as well. You might send Gneisenau. So if you send Gneisenau, Deutschland and Scheer to do that operation, you are losing them. That's the British will exchange that. And the British will then have a reason to stay and occupy Iceland for the rest of the war quite happily. It's not on them. You've done the invasion. You've got barely any submarines to go and support them. You've got nothing else. You are sending those ships off to die. No, Viking raids do not stop. Carmagan spoke. The Vikings don't do raiding because they are looking for arable land. The Vikings do raiding because that's part of them. Question 96. Question 9681. Question 40. If the Hawkers are laid down in 1416, they would have been on time for World War I. They would have probably been completed. But there again, though, I could well see that Fisher would see them as an absolute threat for his large light cruiser project. Because let's be honest, why do you need anything larger than the Hawkins class to do that role? Justify it. Anyway, if one of the minis was asked for the 18-inch guns from Furious, would the UK sell them? Probably not. Not in that. And it's gonna sound strange, but why are they asking for them, and when are they asking for them? Because those guns aren't made for Furious. As I've said before, that project is not for Furious. And they wouldn't admit to having them prior to them serving on Furious. Then, while they're serving on Furious, they're being used. And then they're being put on, when they're not on Furious, they are on being fitted to monitors to assist in the bombardment of the First World War. And then post that time, those 18-inch guns, where do they go? I'm trying to remember. Did you? All the guns were scrapped until 1933. Hang on, no, one was scrapped in 1947. That was the one from Yoto. One of the gun mounts survived, and that was used with a 14-inch gun for King George V. But basically, the guns all ceased to exist by 1947. Two were gone in 1933, and only one's left in 1947. They're being used by the British for gun testing and all sorts of proving. Excuse me a second. Just checking something, because a comment just flashed up, which has triggered my wereaboo alarm. It's from one of the ones who normally pops it up, but I'm just checking it. Key ships. Series 2. Check that, because I'm fairly sure I listed both. Yep. Nope, cannot use that as a reply. Cannot reply the anything I want. Oh, good lord, there is so much copium going in that one, that question. No, will not type wereaboo as a response. Will not type wereaboo as a response. Just ignore. Just ignore, Alex. That's the nicer option, because if you engage, you will just end up ruining their poor mind. They've already edited their response 3 times. Oh, cute. And it's... oh, and he even likes to... Oh, that's... yeah. Oh, yeah. Explains so much once you click and follow onto their channel. What was the comment? The comment's on the Graf Zeppelin. And basically it starts off with this line: this video mixes data and therefore gives a mistaken impression. I'm fairly sure I talked through all the different changes in that video about the Graf Zeppelin and all its design and options. And talk about how it changes. But they have decided to answer a question which, honestly, they're trying to say it's that they're trying to say that it was... Oh, he's talking absolute twaddle. Oh, it gets worse. The further you go on, the worse the comment gets. because it ends up with the idea that apparently the British didn't want fighters. Ends with this one. Since the Graf Zeppelin was designed prior to radar, the Kriegsmarine designed a system to launch fighters very quickly. A much better solution than the Royal Navy lets armor the bad language out of a carrier, cut aircraft capacity in half, and shoot every downed flak. We need no stinking fighters. Yeah, that's that's entirely not what the Royal Navy does. So yeah, that's wrong. The whole thing is absolutely wrong. It's basically maximum amount of copium when it comes to the Graf Zeppelin. It comes up occasionally. You have a well, I have a system which flashes on my comments. No, I'm not. In a nice way, if you go and look at the Graf Zeppelin in the Key Ships series video, you'll soon be able to work out who it is and where it's coming from. But I'm not going to name and shame. I'm not going to give them that credit. That the whole thing of they haven't watched the video with an open mind for starters, and they haven't actually listened to what the video says. But more importantly, I will be getting into more carrier development during the year of the carrier, and frankly, if they're starting off by saying that about British having no plan for fighters and it was all going to depend on armour, then I know they haven't actually read any books about the British naval aviation, because I don't think there's any recently published books which make that claim. Yeah, the inventors of naval combat air patrol, and the ones who had designed the entire system. One of the reasons why they have two-seat fighters is so that they can, when they're on cap, they can actually spot enemy coming aircraft in with their the observers in case their radar doesn't work, etc. It's all, and the other thing is the British are the ones who are developing radar, and for air defense means it's just a load of coke. I hope I haven't. I don't. My view is always with these people: don't pile on. There's no point in that. I wish they would get better. I wish they would go and read more, but they are very sure they are right, and they will feel they're never wrong. There is a certain group, and there are, as I said, there are T-boos who I offend all the time. There are, I was told the other day they're called pastaboos, I think, for the Italians, and I offend them all equally, so I must be doing something right, is my view. Well, apparently I mixed up my data in that video. I'm fairly sure I explained how the design changed during time, but if I didn't, I'm fairly sure I did, because I looked at my stats page and I showed the different aircraft looks, and I was mainly concentrating on the details of the ship as it's actually built, not as it's the concept of the design as it changes, but the ship as actually constructed, because that's what you're dealing with, not the theoretical ship. It's once they've started construction, they've firmed in on design. That doesn't change us that much. Yeah. When Rodney tried to confront Gneisenau on March 16th, she and his sister turned into refitted G3 battlecruisers. How long does Gneisenau last, and what does the RN do with the new G3s? Let's see. G3 class had 16.5-inch guns for starters, and those 16.5-inch guns were configurations of the 15-inch guns which had the Green Boys, so they were going to have a 16.5-inch version of the Green Boy. And they have a top speed of 32 knots. The Gneisenau, the Scharnhorst class has a top speed of 31 knots. Oh, there is a very real chance they don't get away, because if they've been upgraded and maintain their speed, they might have even gone up to 33 knots, but let's see. They're 32 knots at least. If there's 2 of them with 16.5-inch guns chasing down, they have 6 guns forward. So, yeah, that's gonna hit them. They might even be able to angle it so that they get all 9 guns, but at least 6 guns. How long does she last? We're talking a couple of hours maximum. It's going to be a tail chase, but it's going to be a painful one for her, for them. It's going to be a painful tail chase for her. Added on top of that, Nelson's probably coming screaming over from somewhere as well. What does the Royal Navy do with them? Adds on a lot of probably if they've been modernised, they've already got everything they need, but make sure they have radar, make sure they're crewed, and keep using them. At that point, they're going to become the cornerstone of the fast fleet, keeping the Bismarck and the Tirpitz in. Because whilst they are battle cruisers, they have 16.5-inch guns, which are far more powerful than anything else the British have. And if you have them properly operating, then, well, they're going to be able to do that. In which case, Hood probably goes in for refit. Vanguard probably still gets done. King George V and all those things probably still get built. But you've got a scenario whereby if Bismarck comes out at any point, if Gneisenau's already been sunk, and Scharnhorst has got back, maybe she's got back in one piece, maybe she's not, but it's not been a greatly successful operation. Lütjens is dead because he would on Gneisenau. I think he was on Gneisenau, wasn't he? Sure, he's on Gneisenau. If Lütjen's gone, A, they've got to have a new commander. B, they've got to wait. It's going to cause all sorts of things to delay Bismarck coming out. And when does Hitler even want to send Bismarck out? Because if you've got those two and you've got Duke of York, she's not really ready, but you've got anything that buys time for Prince of Wales to be more ready, and King George V be ready. That means you've got 2 fast battleships, 2 battle cruisers, and they can be a tag team of 2 pairs. That's not going to be a good scenario for the Germans to deal with. It's going to buy the British more time. Buying the British more time is not good. When Bismarck comes out, she runs into a pair which is fully worked up. And again, there's a very big difference between the G3s. The G3s are a design which is younger than Hood. They do not have some of the problems Hood has. They have their own problems, but they don't have some of the same problems. And those 16.5-inch ships, they're going to be racing around the world. Because they're brand new as far as let's be honest, they're going to be brand new ships. They're suddenly appearing, they're brand new. See, Clarke, if those 18-inch guns and their turrets had not scrapped, but I mean installed this combined battery, fully capable of 360 degrees fire in Singapore, do you think the Japanese would have failed to take Singapore? That could have had an effect if they're capable of doing full 360 degrees fire, and if they've got the right amount of shells, things could have been different. But also, you still have the problem that Percival is still in command, and as you've got to give him some respect, but let's be honest, he falls apart a bit. And the fact that no one was securing the reservoir is a major, major problem for me. The fact that anyone made it across made it across the water to Singapore is a problem for me. That should have been. He should have had a defense organized for when for the forces to coming back to slot into. He should have had things prepared, because the moment you're making a decision to collapse, you're collapsing in. And there are all sorts of things which should have been done but which weren't. I don't think magically getting 18-inch guns magically changes it. What happens if when Warspite is scrapped, she automatically evolves a next generation ship for a role, even going so far as to swap types? I'm honestly, I'm fairly sure the machine spirit does evolve, so that's what happens already. Hendrik Bofa, if in 1922 one of the Commonwealth nations wanted to buy 4 to 6 18-inch guns for coastal guns, would the UK government allow the companies to build and sell them? It's depending on the treaty. Honestly, if the treaty's allowing it, they might, but it's going to be an issue. They would probably, but again, it's going to be a bit of an issue with the treaties. It's going to depend on which nations and where they want to put them. I.e., if it's South Africa, they're probably not going to worry about. If it's Singapore, that could well cause an issue with the Japanese and the Americans. If it's Australia, no one's going to care or give a flying hoot. It's already miles from everyone. No one's really going to care. It's barely going to scratch the surface of defending them. If it was Britain itself building some, the main trouble comes that if Britain allows it, there are two problems. One, it's are they skirting the treaty, and two, if they're building them for other people, why don't they build them for themselves? And the question becomes, are you building some sort of fortification in the Channel, etc.? And that then has an interesting impact on World War II. We'll leave that to one side. Ba-da-da-da. Yeah-da-da-dee. Yeah. Ay, caramba. Wow, that did do well. That did really well. I've caught up with the questions. I thought there might be more popular. Oh no, there is one. Carndewitt is in charge of Singapore. How will that change the campaign? Well, for starters, he's a bit of a specialist in those sort of scenarios. Carson the Weird is strong enough in his convictions that he thinks he's losing. If he thinks his forces are not going to win, he's going to cut and run and bring his forces back to Singapore. He also is a far more motivated, far more energetic commander than Percival. There is no way he would tolerate various different commands trying to do different things under him. He would organize that one. I think he would have been far more proactive, and there is not a chance in anything that he misses something like the reservoir, that he gets so overwhelmed he misses that the reservoir doesn't have guards. Because as long as they can retain control of the water supply, they can stay in Singapore as long as they need to. And the thing is, for the Japanese, without water, if they run out of water, let's say it's 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food is the rough rule of thumb for survival. The Japanese were running low on food. They were out of clean water when they were attacking. They were basically day or so away from not being able to function when they fight and when they get the surrender. If you don't let them get control of the reservoir, they don't get any water. They're in trouble. Sure. Excuse me a second. Shivra. What I want to know is how do America and Japan react to his magically appearing battle cruisers? America probably goes, what the frigate happened? The Japanese go, but mostly they don't do much. Let's be honest, the Japanese aren't going to suddenly go, you violated the treaty! At that point, they're already building Yamatos. and the Americans are going to go, hurry up the Iowas, basically. The interesting thing might be the British try and, if they've suddenly got the 16.5-inch guns, and suddenly all their stores are 16.5-inch guns, and 16-inch guns have turned also to 16.5-inch guns. The HMS Vanguard might not be produced with 15-inch guns. She might have 16.5-inch guns. And that could lead to a really interesting post-World War II world where the Royal Navy retains 3 ships with 16.5-inch guns. They're battle cruisers, not fast battleships. But, well, with Hood being modernized rather than sunk, and probably goes to be modernized earlier, very different Bismarck scenario, as said. Scharnhorst scenario, you might well just have Scharnhorst left and Tirpitz, which is going to change the operating scenario for the Germans. If Scharnhorst goes in for the refit, which 9,000 hour get, that goes down to Tirpitz alone, being their large capital ship available, which would change the requirements the British have for fast capital ships in 1941. That could change a lot of things in terms of operational capabilities and where ships are deployed. The thing is, that's going to have a lot of second and third order effects. It will do. Video sort of comments latest. Latest. Sort of comments. The comment was a jumble. It was. Let's put it this way. No. It's not good. Dragon, I was a freedom move. Then the Mark 14, the Mark 1, the Navy. But look, the thing is, no one goes into World War II looking that great from all angles. It's like, the classic example I give is the Swordfish. It's probably the world's best night torpedo attack aircraft and night strike aircraft, especially when it's able to do the especially for harbour attacks with the way it's able to shallow drop its torpedoes. But do you want to take a Swordfish into a daylight attack? No. I was having this conversation the other day, and I surprised someone with the range of the Albacore, because they presumed it was shorter range than the Japanese strike aircraft, and it wasn't at the time. And, the thing is, though, would I want to take an Albacore into the same strikes I'd take the Japanese aircraft? Probably not, because of the performance characteristics. So the British are very good at night strike, but they're not really what you want in daytime. For the daytime strikes, they will do the daytime strikes, and they do them well when they're called upon to do them. But they do them well for aircraft which, let's be honest, are orientated around the conditions of night, where they can maximize their capabilities. The thing is, no nation produces systems which are perfect in all scenarios. They produce systems which fit their geostrategic scenario. If you compare British designs to the metric of American designs, and you ask them to cross the Pacific, the British designs are not going to be as good as the American ones. Why? Because the Americans are built to cross the Pacific. The British ones aren't. Because the British don't view crossing the Pacific as a likely strategic scenario. They're either going to be fighting up the South China Sea, up the Western Pacific, from Singapore, or if they're crossing the Pacific, they're going around South America and up the coast that way. and operating from an ally or operating from Canada to blockade the coast of America. They're not thinking about going across the Pacific, so that's not an operating scenario they consider. But if you ask them if they're which ones nation ships are best for going through the Mediterranean and the South China Sea, which were going to be heavily contested areas, probably the British have an advantage in 1939. Because that's reflected in the British design philosophy, because the Americans aren't thinking about doing that, because that's not their likely scenario. And that's the reality you deal with. If you ask the American, if you sort of, one of the interesting questions I had the other day was someone was going, well, if you took an Essex class in the Mediterranean, it would be better than the British carriers. And I was going, no, it wouldn't. It would cease to function in about 20 minutes. Well, not quite that. I was being a bit facetious when I said that, I do admit. It would, it's the hits which damage an illustrious class, etc., in the Mediterranean would have taken out an Essex class. The reason they would have done is because they're built to do that. They're built to take that hit and keep working. That was the reason the British built their ships for that, though, wasn't to fight the Mediterranean, which is what's so often accused of them. It's because they're built to fight the Mediterranean, but also, more importantly, to fight on the other side of the world from Britain, and they don't want to have to bring them back all the way to the UK to be fixed if they survive being hit. They want to be able to fix them as close as possible to the front, which means you need to design your ship to minimise loss and minimise damage. Why is that important? Because let's be honest, which is better, having 90 aircraft but it not being able to you losing that ship and having none, or having 40 aircraft or 50 aircraft, depending on whether you're using deck parking or not. If you're using deck parking or not, and how you're using it. And if the ship gets damaged, being able to fix it, get it back in operations in a couple of days. From the British perspective, that's the advantage. Take care, Black Maximus. So who won between you and Steve over the joke off? Yeah, that said don't get involved. There are some people who there's the British carrier policy, strike fighter policy. That's wrong. There's the trouble is, I sometimes feel that if I leave these comments up there and I don't respond, that I'm sort of agreeing to them under the YouTube video, but I hope people watch the YouTube video and just go look at the comment and go, what are you saying? But you never know. It's fun. Now, Andrew Buffer, alternate history from 1930s to 1940s, USA or USSR decide to attack Gibraltar. How could they go about securing it? USSR, how are they going to attack Gibraltar? And USSA, that's a good way to lose their navy in the 1930s. Why are they going to do it? That's going to explain a lot, but also how are they going to do it? And neither has the Americans certainly don't have the amphibious forces and capabilities they have later on. And if they do a surprise attack, that's going to be very interesting from a democracy point of view with their public. Oh yes, we did a surprise attack without the sanction of Senate or Senate or any parts of our government, and we have stormed Gibraltar and killed a load of British soldiers. We've done it by sneaking up in an ocean liner and charging off at Gibraltar. Or even worse, if that failed. That would cause the government to fall. That would cause huge problems for them. This is just not likely. And again, it's the Soviets. You have to change history so much for them to be able to do that. It's absurd. Still not making me giggle, Steve. Makes me feel bad for the poor dog, but not giggle. Black Maxus, in your Ecuador Washington Treaty battleships, if they're limited to 40,000 tons and allowed a slow replacement cycle, what paths would the various signatories follow in battleship designs? They'd probably end up roughly the same. They'd end up the variants, depending on what they're prepared to lie about, they'd end up with roughly the same speeds, roughly the same armor, and roughly the same firepower in different configurations. The British might end up with 4 twin turrets, but they also might end up with 4 triple turrets. If everyone else is going for 4 triple turrets and they have 4 twin turrets, then you can guarantee there's going to be a generation and the next generation is going to end up with 4 triples. They probably end up building in batches of 2, both them and America. And so you'll get a twin of battleships, and then it'll be a case of judging each other's, and then what you'd like from the others, and all those things. There would be a slow merging because of watching each other and the technological competition. The competition would come about the minor things, not the major things. The only difference is if the British maybe go for the 15-inch gun and somehow find a way to get 4 quadruple 15-inch turrets on ships which have everyone else is getting 12 16-inch guns. Yeah. But that's because the Essex is built like it is, not because of it's not a bad design. Please don't get me wrong on saying that. It's built for the Pacific, where it can operate more freely, where it can have the space and time to mass its strikes and mass its capabilities and marsh itself and work in groups of carriers, which both the Americans and British had been working on prior to World War II. The British even more than the Americans, because that was part of the reasons the British were basically going, right, and to have the required armour to be able to do this, we're going to have to do multi-carrier operations to make our carriers effective. And so that was the entire British strategy. And that's where it's really annoying that Eagle's not part of the strike on Taranto, because no one remembers the other operations around that time when she is available and is working with Illustrious and does do paired ops. And the some of the operations would take place off Norway with a pair of carriers. And then there's the whole convoys when there's pairs of carriers, as the teams of carriers operating. The British have quite advanced multi-carrier operations capabilities and quite advanced development of the doctrine and the theory of it prior to World War II, because that was the whole reason they created the rear admiral aircraft carriers, was to actually create that doctrine and create that policy. That was their whole purpose. And that was what Admiral Henderson was doing from 1930 to 1933 before he became Third Sea Lord, and then spent the next 6 years building the Royal Navy and designing the Royal Navy for World War II. What kind of armor is needed to defeat a 2,000-pound armor-piercing bomb? Ooh. Okay, probably you're talking more than what they would had on the carriers and more than what they put up that height. You're probably talking about 6 inches necessary. In reality. That's the reality of things. You need a lot more thickness, and you probably need multiple decks. You probably need a 6-inch armored deck on the flight deck, and then a 6-inch armored deck on the hangar deck, so that it might punch through, but it won't punch through the second deck. Really? Still not giggling. I don't. Why did the Hawkins class cruisers have fixed torpedo tubes? Because there was still some preference about that, and it was felt that those would be better all-weather capable systems. Plus, they wouldn't be able to have their decks swept by any enemy surface raiders. Henry Buffer, could a battleship battlecruiser have used the smaller caliber guns, 11 to 13 inch, and built it in a turret that allowed for high angles to target deck armor? Has a different approach to simply increasing gun caliber. In theory, you could, because it could theoretically give you better range. But the reality is, you're going to run into trouble with that one because you're already lighter armor. So the thing is, a battleship's going to have better decker armor than most battlecruisers. So they're more armor, they have more armor, they have more subdivision. You're trying the plunging fire. It's more difficult sometimes to get that ranged properly. So yeah, it's gonna be fun, is what I'd say. Like, answer the fixed torpedo ones. Night Secret Front. Question 42. Would ships like the Admiral and G3 class have been fitted with the Admiral facilities for both ship duties? I expect at least one of the G3s would have been, possibly at least two. But at least one. There's 4 ships in the class. The odds are they'll fit out one as a division. If they're going to combine them into a single squadron, one will be the squadron leader, one will be the squadron flagship, and one will be the divisional flagship. So that's at least 2 flag postings. So at least 2 will have to have flagship capabilities, and probably considering their status and their ability to move around, and the fact they might be used for other duties, you'd probably end up finding all 4 would have some form of facilities. Pratt is a complicated figure. Can I find... Honestly, Pratt has many good things and many bad things. I think his bad things is that he's seen as not doing enough when he didn't realize what enough would look like. And in many ways, he's cast in a bad... because people don't want to blame Stadley, and they definitely don't want to blame Leahy, Pratt is close enough that he gets the blame. But he also does some quite good things, and he's instrumental in keeping the Coast Guard from joining the Navy, so... and from Navy and Coast Guard being merged, so I think he does a fairly decent job myself. I'm not too disappointed in his performance. I'm just going to leave that to be on Pratt. He deserves a video about him at some point, and I will do one. I'm doing next year's the year of leadership, so that will get it'll be a video on Pratt at some point during that. Just to make sure someone reminds me in the case I'm forgetting. Hello, Richards. I'm sorry, the 789 got me. That made me a bit... that made me smirk. Maybe not giggle, but it made me smirk. So that's the closest so far. Good luck with War Thunder, Richards. Hello, Victor Yo. Glad you enjoyed the book so far. Neither, would I be right that the RN would consider interior like the Italian battleship Roma had as not practical? They'd like it, they're never going to get the funding for it. Hendrik Bova, if War Plan Red happened in order to disrupt UK supply, USA decided that Gibraltar is to consider a crossroads of UK logistics, so that would cut the empire in half. I think heavy bomber. In the 1930s, getting a heavy bomber all the way to Gibraltar to bomb it is going to be an interesting one. Okay, so how you so if you've started a war, okay, so Gibraltar's going to be on high alert anyway, because that's going to seal the Americans off the Mediterranean. That's the purpose of Gibraltar, and it's also going to be the centre of Britain's mid-Atlantic operations. Between that and the Caribbean to block to help blockade block the Americans off from global trade. So Gibraltar is going to be important, but you're going to have to send a major fleet force there, and that's a problem immediately, because that fleet force there is immediately going to. It's very easy for Britain to put the home fleet between that fleet and Gibraltar, that fleet and getting home. So it has to win Gibraltar and then repair and supply itself at Gibraltar and get home. And that's going to be in the face of the Mediterranean fleet, which is going to be operating from Gibraltar. So this is why you're having to send a major fleet down there. You're having to send a large amount of your forces, your tankers, everything else. Couple that with Gibraltar's strength, you could well find yourself in a situation where you're forced into a fleet battle between the British fleets. That's not good. Add in the potentials for night strikes, so the British knowing exactly where you are. That's a good way to lose your fleet. Gibraltar's not a good place to attack under those scenarios. Now, I can see where you're going from, but again, how you can't come there from the... You can't come from the east, because that would you'd have to get through the Suez Canal somewhere. A, that's going to be seen coming, and B, that means you've got past Singapore, through the Indian Ocean, and up and through the Suez Canal, where there's going to be quite a few British bases to stop you. And again, you're going to find yourself running into trouble. So you've come across the Atlantic, and you've attacked Gibraltar. Now what do you do? Okay, you're trying to take Gibraltar, so you've built an amphibious forces, etc., and necessary to offload to take Gibraltar, because it's not going to be quick and easy. The British are dug in like... Basically, Gibraltar is best described as a rather large anthill made of rock, where the ants have been replaced by British troops and personnel. It's an absolute nightmare to try and take. It will sap forces like the worst of the islands in the Pacific campaign. It's just not a good idea. And that's not me being a T-boo, that's me looking at Gibraltar. The British have been preparing for it to be besieged again since the end of the Great Siege. The British, it's one of the few places the British regularly fortify and refortify. You know, in the nicest way, it's almost easier to invade, in fact, probably would be easier in that period, to invade Scotland than it is to invade Gibraltar. In fact, you could probably do something better off the coast of Cornwall than Gibraltar. I wouldn't like to say the Dover Straits, because you're going to have to go past the home fleet, but honestly, there are a lot easier places I could pick to cause trouble for the British and to intersect their logistics than going for Gibraltar. It's one of the few places where actually you get decent funding. Hello, Leslie. Enjoy some sleep. Okay, another snort for Steve this time. Now, sir, how catastrophic was the demise of Battleship Roma and the loss of her crew on Italian morale? It was really not good. They were really unhappy about it, but they kept going. She was the thing is, it's more of a loss to anyone. It's the loss to the Soviets, because they really liked her after the war. Wondering what she'd been renamed. If the Admiral class designs of 18-inch guns had been chosen, wouldn't they undergo the same changes that Hood did during her development? If the Admiral class are built with 18-inch guns the whole way through, so Hood's built with 18-inch guns, then they're built to 18-inch gun specs for a battlecruiser, which actually might again change things in terms of how they're going to come out. They're already going to be slightly more armored than they would have been designed to be slightly more armored than they were historically, because they were designed around the 15-inch gun and the likely fighting of an equivalent 15-inch gun vessel. If you're designing an 18-inch gunship, it's going to be designed around fighting an 18-inch gun vessel. That's another issue, perhaps, for the HMS Agincourt 18, if it was an 18-inch ship in 1936 Queen Elizabeth class, because the reality is, are they going to have to? Were they planning on upgrading the armor as well? 13 inches on a 15-inch gun ship for 18-inch gun ship. Are you talking 15 inches? 16 inches? What are you talking about in terms of armor? We know the British have armor specs higher than that fitted to Hood and the Queen Elizabeth class, because they are actually using it in various designs at a time, and we know they have the proofing capacity for a cough. So there is options there, but they haven't implemented them. So it's an interesting question. So, would they have seen the same changes? Probably not, but it would have been different changes. But they would have probably still had some post-Jutland changes, but would they have had to been so much? Would they have been so drastic they slowed it down and the construction so much? I don't know. It's an interesting question to think about. I did say you got a snort. You haven't got a giggle yet. No one's got a giggle. 140-ton battleship. What kind of ship would UK USA have built, say, Peace 1940-ish? If it's a 140,000-ton ship, it'd better have 12 18-inch guns for starters to make it worthwhile doing. At least 12 18-inch guns. And that's pretty much what they all have. Something around that. Because you're either using 12 18-inch guns or a whole lot of 16-inch guns. I'm talking probably 20 16-inch guns to justify 40,000 tons. Anyway, high elevation question part 2. If trying not to escalate an arms race, could you keep guns on the same caliber on a battleship but increase firing angles as a way to increase the capacity of going bigger? That's what happened in the 1920s and 30s. A lot of guns, a lot of people, nations, Britain and America included, modified their guns to make them fire further by increasing their abilities to elevate. So yes. Question 46. Would the pre-G3 battlecruiser and N3 battleship designs be considered outdated by the mid-1920s? Not outdated in our sense of we must get rid of this, but they would not be considered the most modern designs. They'd probably be fit for what they were going to do, which was line of battle or second line duties. But they would not be being pushed for more than that. They'd be fine for what they were needed for, because there are plenty counterparts to them. But they would not be a good fit for taking on a most modern ship, one on solo. Anyway, bombers on Northwest African airfields. You want to supply those bombers? And those bombers are going to be operating from French territory in the 1930s. The same France which depends upon Britain for maintaining their empire because of the naval treaties which America pushed through on them. Using all sorts of doing all sorts of bad things to them in the French government's opinion. You really want to go there as an option? Or your other parts of North Africa, which are owned by Spain. Okay, that's an advantage, but those parts aren't massive and are surrounded by French territory and are actually inside Gibraltar territory, so that means the supplies for your firepower, for your bombers, has to get past Gibraltar to get to them to be used. Okay, the rest of North Africa, let's work down. That's British-owned territory. This is the age of empire, my friend. Not working out or looking good. Well, so I know it's more of a bullet question. It is. But there are not a lot of questions stacked up, so here goes. What is your opinion of the recent government statements regarding Royal Navy landing platform dock readiness? I don't think it's a sensible idea. I think we've got. I think we've been plagued by short-term thinkers in government for the last 40 odd years. It doesn't matter which hue, which party. It doesn't matter now which party gets in at the next election. It doesn't matter. Long-term thinkers are not in modern politics in the UK. They're not in modern politics in a lot of countries. And please don't anyone say they are in this country or that country which has a non-democratic political system, because trust me, they aren't. They might think on a different scale of short-term, but they don't think long-term. Because they wouldn't be acting the way they are now. Long-term thinking, the good example of long-term thinking is that's often used as a quick and a sensible saying of it is, long-term thinking is when old men plant trees to protect the young. Old men and women plant trees that will shade the shade of which they will never see. That's long-term thinking. And that's the truth. There is no government on earth which is currently planting trees that they will never see. They want fast-growing spruces that will be up and there in their face within a short amount of time. They want it all short-term. None of them have got the time for an oak tree. None of them have got the patience for an oak tree. And that's the reality. So all these decisions we're seeing, they are planting spruces, they're not planting oaks. And I love a spruce. I love a nice fir tree. Lalandi are very cool things, but they're not an oak tree. There is the difference. Question 47. Would the Kurdish seagull be considered comparable to submarine walrus or fairy swordfish slopehounds? I would say it's the same operating region, but I'm not going to get into too much detail because it's Key Aircraft Series 2, and considering I have Key Series Aircraft 1, Series 1, Aircraft 10 comes out on Friday. Key Series Aircraft 2 starts in I suppose it's 2 Fridays after that. That's right. Nice to go from. Why did the British go for the biplane Supermarine Sea Otter when at the same time the US was introducing monoplane Vought OS2U Kingfisher? Because it fitted their needs, and that was what they required, and they had it under construction. Basically, the Sea Otter is an improvement of, well, the Walrus. That's what they're going with. They're just keeping. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. This works fine for them, and they like having the biplane configuration because sometimes those lower wings can be useful for things, for what they're asking for them to do. So that's what they go with. And mostly, what are those aircraft doing at this point? It's search and rescue. It's scouting and scouting communications and search and rescue, and they're fine for that. Adrian, did people not watch your Great Siege of Gibraltar series? That was the closest it gets, and frankly, it went hilariously badly even then. Rodney showing up and beating fleets up for fun helped, but still, yeah, it was quite disturbing what Rodney managed to do, considering the circumstance, but yes. Steve, that was more depressing than it is funny. Again, with USS Atlanta, it's not so much better night fighting skills, and I don't like using. The British have put a lot of emphasis into developing night fighting, but the loss of the USS Atlanta, if I remember correctly, and I'm going to check before I start speaking this, because this is what gets me into fun with, especially the Freedom Boost 96831. Your questions like this. There's no real sort of night fighting differential. She's in a running nasty fight. And she has problems. She's torpedoed. I'm not sure. The question is, was she zigzagging when she was torpedoed? If she, there's a firing a spread of torpedoes. There's a whole debate over who fired a torpedo. It's a scenario that I'm sure was a muddled mess, and they were doing the best they could. I think the difference you'd have had in the British scenario is that you would have had a group which was as a whole a lot more experienced in night fighting operations and doctrine, because the British had done a lot more exercising into war year, so they had a far greater baseline experience for coordinating and working through it. But that's the only advantage of the British, however, the Americans. It's literally the amount of funding they got for night fighting exercises versus the amount of funding the US Navy got. That's the differential in that scenario. In Atlanta's loss, yes. Take care, Paul. As in Paul Amos. Yeah, HS2 was at least looking into the future. It was, Paul Beswick. It was. And remember, what I mean is, with high evolution, is to use plunging fire. Plunging fire is great, but the trouble is, let's say you can't get your gun up to 90 degrees. So the most you can probably get is up maximum is 45 degrees. That's going to be plunging fire. But what happens if they get shorter, closer range? For you to get plunging fire, you have to increase the angle of your gun. So if you're reliant on plunging fire, what do? They get closer. And then you're firing, you'll have it forced to fire level. That's the discussion often is when do the British, the British have various phrases for it, but the safe zone. The safe zone is where plunging fire can't be used to hit you, and direct fire is at its weakest. So plunging fire is the shells do a sort of parabolic arch, and they gain speed coming down, and that's useful. Hello, I've got a friend come join me. A spider. Sorry, I'm just going to deal with the spider. Hello. Hello. I can either kill it or try and get it out. Try to get it out. It's tried to escape. It's now, if I'm not mistaken, dead. I tried to do it a nice way, and then you decided to run. I was going to let you out, I was going to let you live. I tried. I tried to be nice. Hello, camera. I'm here. Thank you. Follow me down. Pretty much, Tim Alamoran. Ignoring battlecruiser and large armor cruiser construction as its capital ship, how much harm did the 5-year gap in Japanese and 10-year gap in US cruiser construction hurt them? It caused them to have to start from scratch, which is never fun. And that's that, basically. Nice different. Halfway, question 52. Would it be accurate that for the British they had it easier introducing new cruiser types because they never stopped building cruisers until 1961? It did allow a continuation of development and continuation of design work, which made life a little bit easier. But it also meant that they fell into some patterns which it was harder to break from, whereas the Americans and Japanese, whilst they had the difficulty of restarting, they also had the fact that they were starting from a fresh slate. MC Legend 13 what advice would you give to the Covenant and Mod in order to increase the Royal Navy's fleet size and rate of construction? Order more ships, recruit more people, pay more, and give them better accommodation. Let's start off with that. And if you give people a guaranteed longer-term employment in terms of career progression, by actually having more ships, you'll be amazed at how many people will stay, because the largest two reasons for people leaving the Andrew, i.e. the Royal Navy, and in my experience, are career progression and quality of life for the family. So you can't do much about the long trips away, but if you have more people, you can do better rotation to short jobs, etc., to give people some more stability in their family life occasionally, and give them periods of stability. There is also scenarios where if you have a larger pool of personnel to draw from, it becomes less and less work on the existing personnel. So there's more personnel to draw from. If you are needing, let's put it this way, if you've got a pool of 10 people and one person goes sick, you're down to 9. You've got to manage the work of 10 over 9. That's going to create a lot of extra work for a lot of people. If you've got a pool of 30 people and one person goes sick, you're down to 29. That pool is easier to manage. And you also got more people at hand to sort of train people up. And so that's the scenario you're dealing with. It's a lot easier if it's bigger. I guess you meant the modern day Royal Navy. Nice to go from question 54. For the British, would cruiser construction be considered a high or top priority in their construction? Pretty much it was the top priority for quite a lot of time. And remember, if you place 11-inch guns in like a 1,200-ton turret, Bonnie, why am I hiccuping? So, if you place 11-inch guns in like a 1,200-ton turret, how much elevation could you manage in your opinion? You're talking roughly, and not too dissimilar to what was achieved for the Deutschland class, and they got to 40 degrees, from -8 up to 40 degrees. It's not too dissimilar to what those turrets were in terms of their mounts and their size. It's not too dissimilar. And I'm going to answer a couple more questions and then I'm going to finish for the night because it's now 11 o'clock, 2300 hours. And I have to talk to lawyers tomorrow, so I need my brain to be awake. So that means it needs a few hours off of, well, I've been doing even worse on the sleeping than I normally do lately, which is one of the reasons why I'm not wearing my Fitbit now. If it's on charge, it thinks I'm asleep. It stops nagging me. Um, um, so basically, the thing is, if I take a few hours of just off and reading books quietly, that's sort of my version of brain shutdown for the night. So, and I'll start again tomorrow morning and be ready for my lovely phone calls with lawyers. It's so much fun. Steve Clarke, question 8B. Which would be worse combination of heavy, medium, and light AA? Worst combination of heavy, medium, and light AA. Worst combination of heavy, medium, and light. Well, you've got to use the Japanese type. The Japanese, probably their 37 mil. Ooh, that's a question and a half. Honestly, for medium and heavy AA, there isn't really many bad options. There are older options, which are, sort of medium AA, you might go, well, you're looking at some of the 4-inch guns, maybe, or you may be looking at some of the 37mm, 40mm guns, and that's probably that for that scenario. But for the heavy ones, what are you looking at? What do you consider bad? The 4-inch hasn't got the range of some, but it's got a very good rate of fire, and it's very effective in the Mediterranean and various other circumstances where it's used. The 5.25 is fun and complicated, but when it's working, it provides excellent long range. Do you want to go for the 8-inch? That's a trouble. That's also can be said to be quite bad because it's got a slow rate of fire compared to the rest, but it is firing an 8-inch gun, and I know there's only a few county class cruisers which can actually use it for long range AA. But let's be honest, that's a fairly scary and potent tool to have 8-inch shells going off near you as an aircraft coming in. That's a significant emotional event. So, I missed part 1 of the question. Question 8. If you have the choice of AA armament, which guns of World War II would you choose as heavy, medium, light AA for your ship, and which would be worst combination of heavy, medium, and light AA? That's not something I'd really like to answer in the questions on this. That's something I'd probably want to go into an entire video about and explain, and use a lot of facts and figures and a lot of graphs. Because honestly, what is worse depends on the situation you're in. And I do love, I say I'm going to be finishing soon and going off, and immediately more questions go in. It's fun. Okay. That's it. Would I be right to think that making the 24.5-inch torpedo shorter would not have solved the problems that caused its non-adoption by the Royal Navy? Nope. Question 56. Am I right that for torpedoes 21 inches is the practical limit? 22 inches is probably the practical limit, but 21 inches is what is the effective limit for most navies. And question 57. Would the British have considered sextuple torpedo tubes at any point, or was the quintuple the practical limit? Oh, they'd have gone for them. I mean, in nicest way, if the torpedo continues on going up and people continue having more and more torpedoes on their ships, I'm sure there would have been a sextuple launch. If the war had held off to 1948, I can guarantee there'd have been at least a couple of destroyers wandering around with sextuple launchers on them in each navy. But it would be interesting to see. Anyway, I'm probably mistaken, but the Deutsche turrets were around 600 tons. Okay, so they are about 600 tons. They're about 1,200 tons once you consider all the allowances for them. So all the systems which support them. So if you want to just include the turret, yes, you're talking about 600 tons. If you're considering the systems which support them, it's probably 1,200 tons. It's about 1,200 tons is what I would say. But you're not far off. But just having a heavier turret, so if you just include the turret alone, that doesn't necessarily make it a higher angle for you. Because there's actually a practical limit, because it's not just the turret, it's the firing of the gun, it's the stabilization of the turret, and it doesn't help. Look, I can see the situation you're trying to solve. You're trying to maximize the firepower for the smaller guns, and I understand that. That's a sort of a fun one, but it's a case of, what do you want to do with that? What's that going to gain you? For all that extra weight, you've got 600 tons of turret. 1,200 tons is what I would say, once you're including all the support systems, etc. for the turret. So it's a 1,200 ton complex, it's a 600 ton turret, okay? Right. Except I was wrong in terms of the question you were asking, okay? So you want to expand that. You're probably still going to need another few hundred tons for complex. So you're talking, let's say it's not 600 anymore. It'll probably be about the same actually. So let's say it's 1,800 tons now per turret. Okay, you need 1,800 tons. I'm being generous here because it could well be more than 600 tons, but we'll go with 1,800 tons per turret to get that, and that's probably going to buy you, maximum is 45 degrees. Maybe you get it to 50, but you've then got to consider at what point do you load the gun. Can you load the gun at 50 degrees? The answer is probably no. This is the trouble with quite a lot of high-angle guns. They can't be loaded at that point, so they have to be decreased in elevation. And they also have to track the enemy ship. So while they're doing the elevation, going up to the maximum elevation to fire, and then coming down again, going through the loading cycle, because the loading cycle can't begin until they're in the position in which they can be loaded. And maybe they can be loaded at this angle. Maybe they can be loaded at this angle. But I can guarantee they're not being able to load it at this angle. And so that all has an effect on your operation. And while you're going up to do that sort of high angle fire and try and get that, the more they're moving, the more error that introduces into your firing calculations. Because you're going off the data of your previous fire. So the more time that takes in the cycle of firing. And then once you've done, when you've got that, you've also got the scenario that they're getting closer to you. And for you to fire to get plunging fire, you have to go up, which takes you further away from your loading point and increases the time between firing. Or until a certain point at which you have to come crashing down and you're having to do direct fire. And all the point in time they're being fired at you. And you've got also to think of the more your bearings are supporting something which is going up higher, the more fragile they're going to be from the operation of the firepower, the ship's vibrations that's hitting them. Because if your gun gets stuck in this position, you've got a problem. It's going to affect the balance of your turret. Even if it gets stuck in this position, that affects the balance of the turret, but you've got the weight of the turret behind it. This one, you've got the weight of the turret below it. And that's going to affect how it operates in your turret. So that's the problem with it. Now, the reason I skipped why was the cruiser construction so low on the US Congress building list is there was nothing high on the Congress's building list. Let's be honest, the only reason they're building battleships in the run-up to World War I is power status. They're not building anything else because they're not bothering. The reason they suddenly have to surge and build so many destroyers in World War I is because they haven't been building them. They desperately have to order the 4 stackers because of that. That's why they place so many orders. It's considered a great triumph of industry that they build so many. But they have to order them because they haven't been building enough. So the question really is, why is the US Navy so low on the Congress's building priorities? For the light, the competition is high. The Japanese 25mm, the Hotchkiss 13.2, the Vickers 13.2 machine gun, the squad pack bomb domination. Look, the 13.2 is probably the worst, I would argue, mainly because it's so much faith is placed in it, misplaced. Question 59. Does HMS Enterprise from does Enterprise make sense as a name for UK 1960s era nuclear guided missile cruiser? Yeah, E's are quite important. It's quite common for the Royal Navy to go with E class. It's going to be an E or a D class at that point in the 1960s, probably. Probably it's going to depend. If they see the Americans are building a carrier called Enterprise, there's no way the British are going to build a nuclear cruiser called Enterprise. Because they just won't want to share the name with their nuclear status ship. But, you know, there are other options. There's always going the Dukes or the various things like that. And question 60 from 1981. Would I be right for the RM with its continuous cruiser construction without treaty? They reached the Des Moines heavy cruiser and Worcester light cruiser size ships by the 1930s. Probably something about that size. As said, some of the cruisers they're looking at the end of World War I to fit into that gap between the Hood class level and the G3 level battlecruiser and the Hawkins class, you are talking quite a significant range. Using the comments as kamikaze craft. Honestly, don't think it holds it as much as the people might think it does. Yeah, they've got speed, but honestly, the comet's barely controllable. And against a moving target like a carrier, that could be problematic. Combine it with the fact that your pilots are variable in their wish to die a fiery death. I'm not sure it would work. Anyway, so. Questions. Q&A is going to be over in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to wait for it to my hand to count down. I don't feel too bad ending. It's been about 4 hours and 4.25 hours, so I don't feel too bad about this. My voice is starting to go. I did run out of Iron Brew a while back. Thank you very much for everyone for the super chats and things. Thank you very much. Didn't answer question video. Should the X2 40mm Bofors need to come much sooner than did? Why would it come much sooner than did? This is the question you have to ask. Why would it come much sooner than did? Would it be nice to have been? Yes. Does it need it though? Why should it though? What is it filling a need that at that time the octuple pom-pom isn't? And that's the criteria you have to deal with. Anyway. Ending Q&A. Right then. Let's go through this. Thank you, Byron Newman. Thank you, Carl Gazberg. Thank you, Daggom. Thank you, Knights of Front. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, Albazaski. Thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you, Carl McDevitt. Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Albert Zaski. Thank you, Hendrik Bofer. Thank you, MC Legend 13 UT. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Paul Amos. Thank you, Paul Bestwick. Thank you, everyone who's been watching this evening. Thank you, Andy PWR. Thank you, Runon. Thank you, Victor Yao. Thank you, Richards. Thank you, HMS Verdun. Thank you, everyone who's been watching this evening. Hope you've had a nice time. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you for chatting away. Thank you. Let's see, how high will this take me? Thank you, Blackbird Maximus. Thank you. I think I said thank you, Steve, but I'll say it again. Thank you, Blackbird Maximus. Have I said? I'm not sure. I'll say it again. Thank you, Railway Thinker. Thank you, Mole's Revenge. Thank you, Colin Cameron. Thank you, everyone who's been watching. There's been lots of you watching this evening. Thank you. Thank you for chatting away. Frankie Barnwell. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. HMS Ford. Thank you. I'm not sure if I said hello when you were on here, but thank you. And that's a funny one. Archaeologist someone's career is in ruins. True. Thank you, everyone who's been watching, everyone who's done the super chat. Thank you, everyone who's done all the donations this evening, all the support this evening. Thank you very much. It's I should do that, shouldn't I? Yay! Thank you, Robert Dennett. Thank you very much, Claire Clarke, for becoming a supporter this evening. I'm presuming not one of my family members because they've dropped the E off your name. But there is a Claire. There are a couple of them. But their E is not spelled that way. Unless their YouTube account is. So, thank you, Claire. I'm presuming you're not a relative, but you never know. I will say thank you. Thank you, everyone who's become a member. Thank you, everyone who's supported. And I am off to find a drink. I need some liquid. Thank you, everyone. Take care, and hope you enjoyed this evening. Toodles.